commissioner here, with the exception of Babs, and I expect her shortly. Barbara, should we go ahead and get started? We have a quorum. Hayden has joined, so we do have everyone that we need to begin the meeting.
I can go ahead and text Babs. She just joined. She's here.
Very good. Excellent. I knew she was going to join. We spoke earlier today. All right. Well, good evening, everyone. We do have a quorum. Let's go ahead and get started. It is the 6th of January, 2022. Happy New Year, everyone. I got this that I need to read prior to this meeting starting. I'm Michael Vella of the Historic Landmark Commission, hereby determine that with the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic conditions existing in Salt Lake County, including but not limited to the elevated number of cases, that meeting at an anchor location presents a substantial risk to health and the safety of those who would be present. On your screen, there's a number of ways to access this meeting that are available to you. I believe the next order of business is the report of the chair. I don't have a formal report, but I do have just a quick note to my fellow commissioners. I did send out an email earlier today concerning potential training moving forward. I've received responses from most of you, not all. If you would do so, I would very much appreciate that. It has to do with ongoing training in that 30-minute slot prior to the commission meetings that I think would be helpful for all of us. In the responses that I did get, they were very favorable, stating that everyone would, or not everyone, but those that responded would find that very helpful. Babs, is there a report that you have from the vice chair?
I do not.
Very good, thank you. Next, we would move on to the director's report.
I believe Kelsey has a couple things to go over. Kelsey?
Very good.
Yeah, good evening. Deputy Director Michaela Tai wanted me to cover a couple of things. Just the status of the Carlton Apartments and the annex on South Temple. They are about halfway demolished at this point. I do not have any update other than that at this point. And was also requested to give an update on the pipeline building. And I will have to follow that up in February. Additionally, the appeal from the LDS Church on the fence for the Brigham Young Cemetery was denied. And those are all of the updates I have at this time.
Right, very good. I believe the next order of business is the approval of the minutes from the December 2nd meeting. Commissioners, are there any comments or discussion regarding the meeting minutes that Aubrey has sent to us? Hearing no comments, is there a motion to approve the minutes as prepared?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, so who made the presentation or the motion, please?
Babs.
Okay, Babs, thank you. And the second by?
Carlton.
Very good. I think we need to vote formally. Babs?
Aye.
Okay, Aiden?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Kenton?
Aye.
Carlton?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
And Robert?
Aye.
Very good. It's unanimous, so the meeting minutes have been approved. Next order of business then we need to open for general comments. And again, the commission, these are comments from the public not pertaining to items listed on the agenda this evening.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
before we take this screen down, if you wouldn't mind, I could provide some instructions to folks on how to participate in tonight's meeting. If
Oh,
you
very
wouldn't.
good. Certainly.
For those of you that are attending the meeting and would like to participate, if you take a look at the screen that's up now, actually, if you go back one, there you go, Aubrey. An important thing to go back to the first screen. Sorry, cover screen. There we go. For those of you that have the ability to see this and can maybe write this email address down, historiclandmarks.comments@slcgov.com. Again, that's historiclandmarks.comments@slcgov.com. The reason for that is if you do wish to participate tonight and are having difficulty at any given time, you can send us an email at that address, and we have people that are monitoring that email system and can give you a hand. For those of you that are in the meeting and would like to speak, Aubrey, if you go to the next page, there's a little hand. It's down there on this screen at the bottom right-hand corner. Little tiny thing that kind of barely looks like a hand. When you want to speak, if you could hit that, that lets me know that you'd like to speak during the public comment portion of that item. And then I will be able to unmute you and allow you to speak. And then for those of you that do wish to speak, after you are done speaking, if you'd be so kind as to hit that button again, and that will remove the hand. So then we can kind of keep things straight. And that's all I have. Thanks.
Very good. Thank you, Wayne. So now I believe it's time to open for public general comments for items or for comments not pertaining to items on this evening's agenda.
I do not see any hands raised at this time or any emails that have come in.
All right. So then we would close the public comments for this evening and then move to the public hearings. And so I believe there are 4 public hearings this evening. And so let's proceed to the first one and hearing from staff. I believe the first item is the minor alteration at 224 West Ardmore.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm just waiting for permission to present to you.
Yeah, sorry, Aaron. I'm
No problem.
getting myself settled here. There you go.
There it is. And here we go. Can everyone see that okay?
Yes.
Excellent. So this is a request for window replacement, 6 original windows on the visible facades of 224 West Ardmore Place. This is located in the Capitol Hill Historic District on Ardmore Place. You can see here. It's and there's another map for you. It's a Ranch Rambler built in 1959. The windows are made of aluminum. They're manufactured aluminum windows. And some concerns that have come up by the applicant and from staff specifically are regarding whether these windows are how we should approach these windows and what we should do. Staff's recommendation at this point is to deny the proposal, and specifically, I've listed that reasoning in the staff report, and staff's reasoning for recommending denial is the proposed fiberglass windows do not meet the standards for certificate of appropriateness because they are a different color, have a wider trim, and include a mutant grid not present in the original windows. And the change in the window character would negatively impact the historic character of the property and district. As we can see here, we get some closer up shots of the windows. These are aluminum framed windows. They have a narrow profile. The applicant has proposed I don't have photos of the proposal, and the applicant speak more to that. They are a wider trim that would be black with mutant grids. And they are not the same profile and design as what exists. We, as staff, have had discussions about what to do when approaching windows like these, because they are manufactured, mass-produced windows, and they were designed to be replaced once they had lived out their life. And so when we get into the standards, it can be difficult to approach it in a way that I'm not sure what's going on. I'm sorry. Basically, we're recommending denial because the proposed windows are not a similar style, but because they are manufactured windows, replacing them with a similar profile and color would be appropriate. I'm happy to answer any questions that the commission might have about this. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Aaron. Has the applicant expressed any interest in doing a one-for-one exact replacement of windows that are the same size and divided as two larger lights, or are they uninterested in that?
The applicant he can speak more to that. He has a specific type of window in mind that they've proposed. It's a fiberglass. The frames are the same, but they would have that grid on them. They have a wider trim, and they'd be black.
Okay,
But
thank you.
you can speak to the applicant to see what their interests are.
Okay.
So Aaron, this is
Yeah.
Mike. So just to be specific, in the report, you've indicated that standard number 2, the historic character, does not apply. That standard number 5 was really mixed in your review, and that the standard would be met if the proposed window were similar in design, dimensions, and color.
Yes.
Standard number 6 was also deemed as not complying. So those are, excuse me, and then also standard number 8.
Standard 8. Yeah.
Right. So those are 4 of the 9, 10, 11 standards. There was a couple that just didn't apply, weren't applicable.
Yeah.
So that's quite a few standards that that did not comply.
Yeah. And again, it's such a fine line when we're approaching this because of the nature of the windows. Is the character of the window the fact that it's replaceable, or is the character of the window that slim design? And that's something that the commission will need to have a broader discussion when it comes to these mid-century homes. Staff's opinion is that you can replace these mass-produced windows, but they need to retain that slim kind of metallic design that exists.
Well, there were 3 things in standard number 8 that you referred to, and that has to do with a different color, different dimensions, that there was proposed an inclusion of a Muntin grid that just wasn't applied. And then there was also, excuse me, I already said that the color was different as well. So those are 3 pretty basic things that were different in the proposal.
Correct. Yeah. That's in this case, the proposal was different enough from what exists that staff was comfortable. I'm comfortable recommending denial on this. But if it was something that was closer to the design, I think we would probably have to have a more nuanced conversation about what should happen with windows that are manufactured.
I have a question relative to windows generally. I'm not very familiar with the types of windows that are currently available, but is it possible to get a window that meets current energy efficiency standards with as thin a frame as this window has?
You know, it depends on who you ask. That there are options out there to make that work. It just depends on how affordable you want that to be. There are fiberglass options with a variety of trim and design. And I understand that, you know, aluminum is more expensive and it's not as energy efficient in a lot of cases. Just a lot of things going on, but that there is an option to get some sort of window in place that would have a similar profile. But I'm not the one the expert on that. You can ask the applicant, but or someone who sells windows.
I'll just say that modern thermally broken aluminum windows are pretty energy efficient. They
Okay.
meet the residential codes, for instance.
And are they more expensive, you'd say, than a fiberglass window?
They're more expensive than fiberglass, but my understanding of the commission is that we don't typically approve fiberglass windows in a historic district. So,
And that's the conversation we're having here. I'm trying to bring forward, but struggling to present, is that we're really looking at this design and the feature that, you know, the windows are replaceable. It's a post-war built in the mid-century home with windows with more modern construction
Yeah.
approaches.
this is, sorry to interrupt. This is probably a issue we're going to see a lot as more modernist heritage becomes historic. Is
Correct.
you know, these mass-produced elements, I guess, that weren't really built to last necessarily. A lot of these buildings weren't built to last more than 50 years, so let alone the windows or other parts of it. So,
And if I can just jump in for a moment, Aaron.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I think you're alluding to the broader issues with what Commissioner Iwanowski said, that these modernist materials and the manufactured materials that were created to be replaced eventually are posing an issue with staff. Typically with these structures of this age, we've worked with applicants to find an appropriate replacement since aluminum windows are not repairable. In this case, the issue that I think Aaron is alluding to is that it's such a stark difference from these character defining features, the windows that the applicant is proposing. And I think generally staff has been quite amenable to trying to work with property owners to find a solution that would still represent that character defining feature of these aluminum windows.
So Kelsey, let me go just a little bit further with what you just said. It feels like to me that from what Aaron was describing in his report was that if indeed there were three things that an alternate material that is acceptable, as long as the color, the width of the existing, the verticals and horizontals, and no additional muntins, because the original design, really just didn't have that. And so basically an alternate material from aluminum would be acceptable because it would look virtually like the aluminum, even though it wasn't aluminum. That type of window is available, and that's really what Aaron, I believe you were pointing to, that if those conditions were met, then it would, at least on the historic faces, what you see on the front of the building, would be acceptable.
That's absolutely correct.
Okay, fair enough.
Thank you.
If I could just jump in for a second, it seems to me the other issue that's maybe not being discussed is the operability of the windows. That it appears that, based on the staff report, that the current windows are not, for the most part, operable, whereas the ones that are proposed to replace them are. So it seems to me we have to consider that as well. That that very thin, mullion that we see on the left-hand side of our screen here may not be able to be maintained with a window that's operable in the way that the proposed replacements are, even if you eliminate the Muntin grid, etc. That slender mullion might not be able to be maintained.
I think it'd be worth it at this time to have the applicant present his case, and then the discussion can occur. Questions can be directed to the applicant, and further discussion can occur after that.
Very good. That was my next step, and I think unless there's another question amongst us here, is everybody fine with moving to questioning with the applicant? And Aaron, let's go ahead and do that, please.
Okay.
Israel, Izzy, are you planning on presenting something on the screen?
He is not.
He's not. Okay, you can unmute yourself now too.
I lied. He does. I'm sorry.
No, I might have a couple photos to show, but right now it's fine just to have a conversation, dialogue.
Really, I have made you a presenter, so if you do want to share your screen, you have that ability now.
Okay, thank you. I think important context here is a couple years ago, I finished my basement, and at the time I was taking out permits, kind of going through the rubber stamp approval process. I distinctly remember I was in the city county building, and the person I was working with came back to me and said, we actually have to pump the brakes. We didn't realize your house was in a historic district. In fact, no one at the time, whoever did the review said they hadn't even heard of my street, and they did. So it slowed everything down. They came back to me. I had worked with a friend of mine who's a contractor in the window business for many years, and he just had recommended a set of windows, which was vinyl. And it came back and said, we're unwilling, the historic committee or whoever did the review said, unwilling to approve this material, but we would be willing to approve Fibrix. And at that time, I had no idea what Fibrix was. Through research after the fact, came to find out that that's a proprietary material, fiberglass composite from Andersen Windows. And at that time, I didn't want to slow down my project, although the cost was 2x of the cost of what the windows were initially that I was applying for. I went with Andersen Windows, the Fibrix material. And now fast forward to present time, I've been working with Aaron. Had it been made known to me back then that I couldn't have the same windows, both upstairs and downstairs, you could say you can see it not as good from the street, but you can still see I wanted consistent windows throughout the home, and I would have never chose to go with Fibrix windows had I known that wouldn't be approved later on. Like, this is only 2 years later. So that's one issue I guess I want to make clear, that I never once asked for Fibrix windows. That was what was communicated to me by whoever in the planning division or whatever told me to get when I was doing my basement a couple years ago. I was given no other options. They specifically, I remember the individual handed me a piece of paper. I think her name was Myrna, or it starts with an M, but she slid me a piece of paper which had Fibrix written on it and said we would be willing to approve this type of material. So again, part of the case that I'm making here is that all I'm asking is to have consistent windows both upstairs and downstairs. The same material that you all, I guess I don't know specifically who, told me to get, and then now it's ironic that I'm being told that material is not consistent with the rest of my house and it wouldn't be approved. So that's point one. Point two, similar to what Aaron just mentioned, like these windows weren't meant to stand the test of time. I reviewed the guidelines that were provided to me at length, specific the guidelines on windows, and as you go through them, many of the ones they use as examples of like the characteristics you want to preserve are somewhat similar to the ones that I'm recommending. They specific with like divided lights. That's one of the main things. And I guess worth noting as well, prior to today, I wasn't aware that I was going to need to make a case for divided lights. It was my understanding that it was specifically just the material. Like the target of what I've been trying to accommodate or compromise with has been shifted on me so many times. I'm fairly frustrated at this point. It even came to a point where in my conversations, it was communicated to me that it might make sense to argue that my house shouldn't be considered a contributing structure. And to do that, I would need to complete an administrative interpretation. And then it was also mentioned that while I can submit an administrative interpretation application, it probably wouldn't carry any weight or have any chance of succeeding without a accompanying ILS survey. So that I was also given a list of consultants that could potentially help me go about completing that survey. That being said, I contacted probably half of the list, if not more, before I arrived at an individual who felt even comfortable doing that work. And so we did a bit of digging, and through that process, I guess in the initial kind of districting, the historic district kind of zoning or whatever in 1982, my home was considered out of period. 20 years later in 2001, 2002, they did another kind of revisioning of that zone. My house was still considered out of period. 4 years later in 2006, I don't know the name of the survey, but it seemed to be not the typical one that decides what's historic, what is not. It just grouped my home into the district. As of right now, I've been able to come up with no supporting evidence as to why that was the case, other than my house was almost 50 years old. It was 46, 47 years old at the time of being grouped into that, I guess, process. So in all of this, I get historic preservation, but to me, it seems a bit of preservation for the sake of preserving something that may or may not be of architectural significance. Like my wife's grandpa actually built the home that I live in. And so it definitely has more meaning to me and my family than I would say anybody in any committee. For that being said, and we're not trying to change the character of the home. In fact, my wife's now recently deceased uncle came over early in the summer, and he hadn't seen any of the renovations that we'd made, and made the comment along the lines that his father would be proud of what we've done. So I just want to call out that like our others outside of the 50-year rolling window for something to be considered historic, it's not clear to me why my house is even being considered that. I'm here in front of this committee because it seemed like this was like one of the only options I had to even make a case for the windows that I wanted. And that being said, the material, among other things, was not even my original request. The windows I have now or that I'm requesting are the ones that were, again, recommended by the planner, whoever I worked with a couple years ago when I finished my basement. So I'll go ahead and pause there if there's any questions. I do maybe have a couple other comments to make. I don't know if now's a good time.
Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Erickson?
Yes, thank you for sharing that with us a little bit about what's been going on with your property. Do you by chance have images of the proposed windows that you could share with us so that we can see exactly what you are proposing and essentially what we would be denying or approving?
Aiden, there are images in our packet from
the staff report,
from the supplier in the staff report.
Oh, okay. I'll pull those up. Thank you.
This is Kenton. I'd have a question for the applicant. Can you tell us, please, your reasoning behind wanting the mullions, the divided lights in those windows, where your house doesn't have them now?
More because we like the look, and you see I have divided lights in these doors behind me. I mean, I think it's somewhat arbitrary that they are or are not there today. It was communicated earlier, and through my research, aluminum was a very inexpensive material 50 years ago. And my wife's grandpa was a master carpenter, and I didn't have a lot of wealth. So I'm sure one of the main reasons that divided lights weren't built with the house to begin with was because that's an additional cost. So my personal opinion is I like the way they look. I actually like, for many of the houses that are in historic districts, like in Harvard Yale area, Federal Heights, Capitol Hill, they have them. So I'm not trying to be an imposter. I just like the way they look, and I didn't know that it was necessarily at odds with anything. It didn't seem to be anything other than maybe coincidental or maybe socioeconomic reasons why they weren't there to begin with. So like I said, my wife's grandpa built the house, chose everything from scratch, and back then it's hard. I don't think he had any red tape for deciding what went into or what did not go into the build of the home.
Good, thank you.
So Aaron, would you like to pull up your staff report so that everyone can see the windows, please?
Yeah, I can pull that up. So there it is. You can all see that okay?
Yes.
So they're not the best illustrations. They're more descriptions and tiny pictures. So we'll go to the picture window.
Yeah, if you go to item 400, I think it is.
Okay. Sorry.
That's
Oh.
probably the one that is, correct me if I'm wrong, that's the window that would be facing the street.
Yes, that's correct.
And what's existing now is a single window, single pane all the way across.
Mm-hmm. It
And-
is.
And this would be in a triptych with the additional muntins.
So let's get into this. Yeah, it's a single pane.
Did anyone get a chance to visit the site?
Yeah.
I have.
Did you all notice any homes from the same era in the neighborhood that had divided lights like these?
No, I'll say that my observation was this, that roughly half of the houses on this street in this block had replacement windows with wider frames and mullions around them. They were of a mix of different types of material, but many of them had been replaced and they were not thin frames such as exist with the aluminum. That said, the one thing that I did notice is that none of the other houses that I saw had the broken lights. They all had a solid glass window, and that was surprisingly consistent between the replacements as well as the originals. And I will say this, from a preservation perspective relative to the neighborhood as a cohesive whole, that was notably consistent to me throughout all of the buildings on that block.
And if it's helpful, I can share photos of the neighboring homes. And for what it's worth, having lived here for 7 years, every neighbor house except for our own is a rental property that's been converted to a duplex. So my comment on socioeconomic reasoning, like I can't imagine why a rental property would want to put higher end windows. Like grids cost money; they're not inexpensive. That being said, so it would make sense why someone converting a house to a rental property wouldn't invest that way in the home. That being said, the consultant that I hired to do the ILS survey, through her due diligence, there's plenty of homes in my style, the Rambler Ranch style home from the post-war era that did have divided lights, just none happened to be on our street.
Are these truly divided lights? Or
I'm happy to send over some of the examples. That she referenced other historic districts. I don't know that they're necessarily like Capitol or anything, but yeah, I have documentation.
I think, Aiden, where you were going is, are they actual divided lights, or are these the application of the verticals to the back of the glass or the front of the glass?
Yeah, I guess I don't know the nuances of how the window itself is made, but the grids that I was proposing here, they're on like the exterior of the window. They're not in between the glass. I don't know how, I don't know much about windows, that being said, to answer that question.
okay, thank you.
What about the operations of the current windows? Are they? It's hard to tell. Some of them look like they might be sliders, but it's really hard to tell.
So there's an almost identical window to the one on the front on the east side, has the same shape and fill. It's a big picture window. That has sliders. That picture window we're looking at there on the right. So that one, those open on the side, they're sliders. The front does not open today. I was proposing or asking for, sorry, the word something where they swing open.
Casement.
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 On the Anderson Windows proposal, they're showing casement windows.
Which is also consistent with my basement. I did casements in my basement. Again, I don't know that I would have ever asked, I wouldn't have ever gone the route that I did had I known that I wouldn't be able to have consistency throughout my home. And my basement windows were actually casements, that being said before.
Well, I think you should be able to operate your windows. So I see no issue with the fact that they're operable now. I mean, that's a good thing. I was going to ask staff for the other side of the story on why a house that was built in 1959 was listed as a part of a 2006 reconnaissance level survey as a contributing structure. That does seem a little odd, and it's definitely not the norm in my experience.
That seems to be what the practice was at the time. There was another reconnaissance level survey for the expansion of the National District for the Capitol Hill, and they had placed a period of significance about ending at 58, 59. 3 or 4 years later, they came back with this updated RLS and moved that period of significance up just in line with that last RLS. So that's about the only logic we're able to deduce from that is, you know, to kind of stick to that 50 years and plan ahead, obviously, because they can't do RLSs every year, and to keep that distance the same as the previous survey was.
So if
Oh,
this might be in
sorry.
the staff report, but if the RLS was done in 2006, when was the adjustment made to the historic district?
About 2004, 2003. I think Kelsey had something to say.
Yeah, I'll just jump in, Commissioner Iwanowski, that staff believes that those years were adjusted to capture Ardmore, which is primarily these ranch style structures in Capitol Hill Historic District.
And John, I think it's still pretty standard. In a recent meeting I had with SHPO regarding a National Registrar nomination and creating a district, they recommended our period of significance to 1980, which obviously we're still a ways away, but I think that that's how things were going and still are going, because, you know, ILS surveys and reconnaissance level surveys are only done every decade, if not longer. So
Right.
I think that federally they're just trying to capture things when these surveys are done.
Okay.
Provides a little bit of cushion in those districts.
Yeah, that's fair. I guess I normally just do individual listings, so that makes some sense.
Out of curiosity, if I could chime in though, so when you're doing that reconnaissance, like, is there criteria that other than just saying it's 50 years old now, like, is there reasoning for why something's now considered historic? Because certainly 50 years ago we had mobile homes. Like, I don't know that that's necessarily no insult to anyone who lives in one. My grandma, in fact, lived in one up until her passing, but doesn't necessarily mean that it's something worth preserving for the test of time, trying to make it be some modern marvel. So I guess, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Kelsey pointed that it's to capture those mid-century Rambler ranch style homes that were on Ardmore Place, and that is uniquely Ardmore in the district. There might be some outliers, but that is the character of this street. And if you read through the RLS, it does speak a little bit to the tail end of construction in the district, ending at about the early 60s.
And the real character is this 3-window the main window there, that is so mid-century modern, is those two side windows with the larger window in those post-war boxes. That's what the cop shop down on, what is it, Second South and Third East, that high rise there that's been vacant for some time, those are all tri windows, only in a different, they're turned another way, but that's really what points it out as mid-century modern. It's a lovely Rambler and a really good example of this era.
Yeah, I agree, Babs. And just to try and additionally answer your question, Israel, when people are completing these surveys, a property can either be architecturally significant, it can be associated with a significant person in the community, significant statewide or nationally significant. There are a few criterias that are looked at. It could be non-contributing if there were a significant amount of changes, which adding divided lights would detract your ability for this to be designated on the National Register as historic. It just all depends. It's a contributing structure until it's been very modified away from its form. So these set of homes were architecturally significant. These post-war homes were a far departure, just with the way that we could actually now manufacture brick in these windows and other elements that your home was built with that wasn't seen earlier. So this style is very particular, and these large expanses of single glazing, which was uncommon to be found, like that picture window, people now had access to. And so it does tell the story of that specific era, and that's probably why it was added when it was, because it was contributing and it was reaching its 50-year point.
So I guess just one other question there, follow up. To my comment earlier, the ILS survey that the consultant I worked with, so I think it was called there's a few different styles that incorporated the ranch style that had the divided lights. I think one was called the Colonial Revival Rambler around the same time. And again, I have documentation on that if needed. But would there be any compromise? Like, I would happily leave a picture window in the middle if I could still do divided lights on either side. To me, again, I think there comes to be a socioeconomic kind of conversation here where people didn't do grids for the same reason people don't do grids today, not just because of taste, but because it's an added expense. And so, again, if we're talking about post-war era and taking into consideration the circumstance of the people who built the home, like, you're potentially perpetuating a lower, potentially a lower income type design as a result, because they didn't have the money to do what I'm actually requesting today.
Hey, Mike, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, it might be good to open up the public hearing at this point.
I was just going to go there and do that because I think the number of questions from the commissioners are close to an end. So let's open this up for public comment.
If anybody would like to speak on this, please hit that hand button. We do have a call-in user. Let's see, give me 1 second here. If you're calling in, I'm going to unmute you. Is this an item that you would like to speak on? This is for call-in user 2801448, and I won't say the rest of the numbers. Can you hear us and speak? No, okay. I do not see any hands or emails.
All right. Then, Mr. Erickson, is there any other comments before we close this part of it and go to executive session?
My last comment is just, I would like to make, I don't see the hand raise option in my WebEx. I would like to add a couple comments when it gets to the next property on the street that's on the list. It's also on Ardmore. So that's my only
You'll have that option when I move you back over to the attendee list. Right now, you're in a different kind of mode because you're a presenter.
Okay, and actually, I do just have one last, I guess, comment that I wanted to make. There's just in researching all of this, I came across the Salt Lake City Preservation Program philosophy. So I was just hoping that this, one of the statements that it says is that we respect that change is part of history and that appropriate additions and alterations must be considered as part of natural evolution of historic properties and districts. And I just hope that we can we can keep that in mind as whatever determination is being made. I know through all of this, if anything, it's been very clear to me that there's a lot of subjectivity, even down to what's considering altering significant characteristics or whatever, defining characteristics. So I just want to leave that last statement with the group, and I appreciate everyone's time.
Very good. I've got 2 questions for you, Mr. Erickson. The windows haven't been purchased, correct? Okay. And so my understanding of Andersen windows are just what you said, that you're paying extra for the additional muntins and mullions to break up the side windows on the main window up front and the main window. So you're actually paying extra to get this look. I appreciate what you're saying concerning the philosophy statement. I read that again prior to tonight's meeting, and I understand where you're coming from. I will, fair enough. That was all I had. With that, unless there's any other questions for Mr. Erickson, let's and there's no other public comments. Let's move to open the executive session to the commission.
Okay. This is Kenton. For a little background here, I've been browsing through details on both the Andersen windows and a good quality aluminum window. And in the casement configurations in the Andersen Fibrex, you're looking at a jamb or a head or a sill thickness of 3 1/4 inches. In a condition where 2 casement windows come together with a central mullion, you are 6 3/4 inches in width. So that's all pretty wide, much wider than the existing aluminum. So I go to the aluminum, a commercial aluminum manufacturer who claims that they do windows for modern houses. Even in aluminum, their profiles are similar dimensions. Now, I don't think we're going to reduce those dimensions, certainly not in an aluminum clad wood or in a wood window. So I think the hope, the goal of trying to replace these windows with anything that looks like what's in there is unrealistic. So that's one thing. So that finding that makes me think that applicant is okay going with Fibrex, because I don't see any other viable option that would return the look he's looking for. I do have some concerns with the color. Going with the black, it's completely different than the rest of the house, unless a whole color change, repainting of the house was involved. But the main thing I have a problem with is the divided lights. That does not read mid-century to me at all. And then one last thing, the applicant mentioned this, but it's something I've thought for a long time, is that dealing with historic structures, just because something is old doesn't necessarily mean that it's good and worth preserving. This is, my apologies to the applicant, but an unremarkable building that I think most people would drive by and not take a second look. So I'm not as concerned about this as I would be for a structure that really had some historical significance aesthetically. Okay, so there's my 4 cents.
Very good. I want to just go around and ask for additional comments. Babs, did you have any comments as well?
I do not.
Aiden?
I guess I have a few comments just in response to Kenton's. As if we're able to make a special exception for the proposed material, I know we've discussed that the Salt Lake standards are highly reflective of the standards of the interior, and I know that they have also been saying that they're less concerned with material rather than appearance. So if something was traditionally a wood framed window, they don't care if it is aluminum or something vice versa like this. So I think I would, in order to retain the historic ratio of the windows, if that was the best option, I would agree with Kenton there. It's looking like the only option. And then I guess as far as the question of whether this is contributing or not, it's the age-old preservation question. What's worth preserving, what isn't, and what is deemed worth it to the individual. But I think if this was deemed contributing and is currently contributing, I think we should treat it as such. If we demolished every single brutalist building in the world, our children and grandchildren will never see that. And I know that we have great examples of mid-century modern, but I do agree with Babs and think that this is a good example and should be treated as a contributing structure. I'm sick of hearing that Cottonwood Heights has all of the good mid-century modern buildings. So I think that this is a significant structure, and I would like to see as many features retained as possible.
Very good, thank you. John?
Yeah, in general, I just kind of agree with the comments that have been made. I'm wondering if there is a good middle ground here where maybe, like casement windows to me are great. They're operable. They have an even profile around the entire thing, just like these windows. I don't know if there's like a scenario where maybe it's just a single casement window per window opening and then just a fake mutton down the middle rather than dividing it into, in some cases, 9 separate panes for each window opening, even for the smaller ones. That seems like a lot, and it does seem like it's kind of affecting the character of the building. So I guess in short, I'm not a fan of the divided light with 2 casements in each opening. Also, the color is an issue to me. I think it does get a little tricky with some of these materials that aren't quite as durable as like a wood window would have been. But I had the pleasure of going to a seminar on preserving modern architecture at the Getty Center a few years ago, and one of the overall takeaways was that we shouldn't treat modernism differently than how we've treated other buildings that we've preserved since the 70s, since really the preservation movement started. So we shouldn't throw the baby out with the bathwater when it comes to how we treat these buildings compared to other buildings that we find historic. So yeah, I'm struggling with the type of windows that are being replaced. I think it's okay that the windows are being replaced, but for those reasons.
John, do you think that an appropriate middle ground would be what the applicant suggested if, and I think that's the front facade, they have the picture window. I know in that period they would have vertical windows with just 3 divided lights. Do you think his suggestion of keeping the single piece of glazing framed by lights that were maybe more period appropriate with just those 3 lights in 1 vertical window, could that be a possible middle ground? Or
Yeah, I mean, I think it's better. To me, the middle ground is actually like allowing this newer type of window, but with a similar mountain pattern that is existing. That's to me the middle ground. But you know, that said, we don't propose stuff usually. We respond to proposals, so we have to consider what the applicant is proposing. Also, as an aside, or maybe as a postscript, I don't know if the applicant has considered the state tax credit on this project, but since your property is listed in the National Register District and it's contributing, you're eligible for a 20% tax credit on the project. So that might help bridge some of the gap in making these right this time.
Aidan Kenton here. I'll jump in. A middle ground I'd see. Well, first of all, I agree with John that we've got to take this as proposed, thumbs up or thumbs down. But the middle ground would be to be consistent with this design, even though I didn't speak highly of it, is not to put any divided lights in it. They need to be solid window panels as are now seen. And then rendered built in the Fibrex material and done in white rather than black. That's the middle ground, but I don't think we can send that out, but that would be what I'd see as a middle ground.
I would agree with Kenton on that aspect, that because of the nature of the house, which I agree with Aiden's, you know, and Babs is very representative of its period in its current form. But, you know, taking the forest for the trees and looking at the historic district aspects and the neighborhood rather than the property itself, I'm less concerned given modern windows with and the other buildings that have had windows replaced on this block with wider mullions and frames. But again, looking back through the tax photos from the 60s of properties around this, none of these buildings historically had the divided lights. None of them have it now for various reasons. And in my view, from an historical perspective, that's representative of the nature of the neighborhood and one of its qualities. And I would have, like Kenton, reservations with the divided lights at all.
And Carlton, I would very much agree with that. Just looking at the standards, you know, 3.6, a replacement window should, and it then describes it. Last part is match the replacement in the number and position of glass panes. And so I think so far, everyone that I've asked, the notion of having additional panes is not consistent. And I think everyone agrees with that on the commission side, that that's just not consistent with the period of mid-century modern period. The second part, I believe, unless I hear otherwise, I believe that the color in black is just not, also doesn't represent the typical mid-century modern and changed look. I think what we all struggle with is that aluminum is, gosh, what, an inch and a quarter plus or minus, and that replacement windows are, as Kenton said, in the 3 1/4 dimension, and if they're operable, twice that. And when I look at the photographs of the house, those dimensions applied to what's there now are significantly going to change the look of particularly that big picture window. So I struggle with, I struggle with how to proceed, because with what was described to us in the report, it's pretty straightforward. There are 3 or 4 of the items that just don't apply, or are not acceptable. So finding a middle ground, I think that's really where we're all struggling, and that may be where the discussion is. When I go back to the report and I'm looking for the exact wording, where the recommendation staff does not believe it applies. When I go to the specifics, I'm looking for just a second. Looking for the wording that does, I think, perhaps give us an out. Sorry, it's a long, detailed report. Here. All right. So in standard 5, where it says it's mixed, these replacement and mass-produced windows were a new distinctive feature and construction technique that differentiated these newer homes from older homes. Fair enough. This standard would be met if the proposed windows were similar in design, dimensions, and color of the originals. So the dimensions I think we can get to, the color we can get to, the design, we can get close to. So that is, if I'm making myself clear, that is the only part of the 3 different color, shape, and profile that we can attack. Are we in agreement on that?
Yes, Mike, we are, or I
Okay,
am.
I'm looking at heads, and they seem to be generally nodding. And so we have the staff report. How are we to proceed? Is there a motion on this
Well, Mike,
first
let
item?
me point out, in my understanding, we can't, what's put before us is the FibreX window in black with divided lights.
That's correct.
And we don't, I'll speak for only myself. I don't think that's correct. We've discussed a middle ground, but in my understanding, we've got to give this a yay or a nay. If
Right.
it's a nay, we can encourage the owner, the applicant, to come back with a revised proposal.
Right. The specific request, Kenton, is a certificate of appropriateness to replace 6 windows that are visible from the public right of way. And what we have in front of us, reading the tea leaves correctly, is that we're in agreement with staff that it is found that this proposal does not comply. Now, that being said, we do believe, I believe as a commission, that there are middle grounds and steps that can be taken, as what was said in the staff report, that can get closer to a position where we would be able to accept that. So I believe there's a twofold thing that we have to, as you say, yay or nay on what's in front of us. And so that's where I am now asking the commission for a motion.
So Mike, I agree with that. I agree what you said and what Ken said. I acknowledge what John said about what we have authority to do. I do think, though, that it sounds like we're going to turn this down, but I do think it's a good thing for us to tell the applicant where we would go, because, and we've talked about what a compromise would be, because it just isn't fair to, it's always frustrated me through the years on this commission that sometimes we send people home to take a guess at what we'll do, and they spend time and money and come back months later, and then we're back having the same discussion. So I know we can't design for them, but we could certainly give them a good indication, and I think we've done that a bit, about what we would approve, so that they don't have to guess what's going to work next time. That's step 2 that you're talking about.
Mm-hmm. And I would add to that just a bit. Also think that what John tax credits ought to be pursued and looked at because I think there are credits that would help with the applicant with regard to purchasing windows that we would accept as a commission.
Yeah.
Wouldn't this be a motion to table then, where we table it for a future meeting?
Mhm.
Can I jump in really quick?
Yes, please.
I think you have the option to table it. And that would allow the applicant to come back to the commission for approval. You do have the option to deny it if you think it doesn't meet the standards, and then actually provide some specific direction on or advice to the applicant on what you would be looking at. And window replacements can be approved administratively if staff feels that it meets the standards. So if the applicant leaves here with some good direction from the commission, it comes back with another proposal, it's possible that we as staff can actually approve that administratively.
Okay. Thank you, Wayne. So let me just do a quick poll. Am I correct in saying that there are three things that are really in front of us? The color, the profile, and the muttons. I believe we as a commission believe that the color is not appropriate in anything other than white or very close to white. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
I believe that we're all in agreement that the muttons simply don't reflect the mid-century modern look of this home.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
So the single item that we all struggle with is the profile going from an inch and a quarter thereabouts to something that's 3 times that at 3.5, and if indeed this is an operable window, to something close to 6.5 or more. That's what we struggle with because we all collectively believe that those profiles are significantly different and would, in my opinion, drastically reflect differently on the viewing of those windows in the front. I mean, they would reduce the amount of glass. The windows would look completely different. Agreed?
So,
Yes, although I would say that it is hard to get a window with that profile, with that sight line on the market today.
I agree with you.
So that's
John.
where the kind of
That's where the
to me,
rub
that's
is.
where the medium balance, the striking the balance kind of comes in.
And so the striking the balance, I don't know that we can find a window, anyone can find a window that matches aluminum unless it's aluminum. Because that's the nature of the way that mid-century look came to us. So something between the inch and a quarter and the 3 1/4 would be more reflective of the mid-century modern.
it would, Mike, but I'm afraid they're not commercially available. There's some companies that do a commercial steel window that might do that, but it's just not a residential product. I think that hoping for a narrower profile than we're seeing in either the Fibrex or a modern aluminum or wood or clad wood isn't achievable.
Mm-hmm.
So that might be something that we just have to recognize and say, we'll take that as a compromise for getting the other two preferred solutions.
So let me ask a question then, if I may, to Aaron. In the research that, and I'm assuming that there was research done in your staff report, were you able to find any windows, Aaron, that approached what looked like, the thinness of the original aluminum?
I didn't do a lot of shopping but from what I saw, that's the market standard. But
Well,
again,
and
I think
especially for an operable casement, you know, to make a building or to make a window operable, you're kind of giving up some, because you need to have two pieces that mate together when it's closed, and
Right.
when it's open, they're just one. So
And also I might mention sort of as a sidebar, the changing it to black. We want to remind the applicant that you never want to paint that brick. That's not allowed in a historical district. So changing the window color there to black is bordering on the edge of that as well, I would think.
On that comment, I was trying to chime in. I guess I don't know in all this, the thought process here, if anyone's taken into consideration, as I mentioned, the windows that I have in the basement, I didn't choose, and they are black. It was told Fibrix, and it was told black because it gave a slimmer profile look as well. Again, I would have done that in my basement had I not known that I couldn't have consistent windows upstairs. And it sounds like color is black is in this recommendation of a compromise, black's not even being considered on the table. Although that means I'm gonna have mismatched windows for my basement.
I think the thinking on the black frame is that it looks more like the the color of the glazing when it's seen from outside during the day. If you look at a window during the daytime, it reads as dark. So a dark frame will tend to blend with the color of the window, whereas a white frame will act like a picture frame and tend to highlight it. And frankly, in modern buildings that my firm designs, we usually strive for a dark colored frame just for that reason. The thing that throws me on your house is that everything else is white, and that continuing the white in the frame would seem more consistent in the overall appearance of your house, whereas the black is not really in keeping with the overall aesthetic of the house that you've got. So I think that's perhaps why they suggested black in your window wells in the basement.
So I'm gonna ask to go back, if you could share, please, and go back to the photographs on the front, because if I understand this, Aaron, the existing basement windows are black. Is that what we're seeing? The four large basement windows.
sorry, I lost the mute button.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see here, they're black on the basement here.
So to Kenton's point, those windows are black, and if you zoom out just a bit from street, Kenton, I think personally, I think you're correct in that the black during the daytime, certainly at night as well, I guess, it makes it look like it's one big pane, and so you're not seeing the differentiation between the glass and the mullions.
Yeah, and as we look at that, maybe pushing for white windows on the main facade of the house isn't the best idea, because if we're thickening the mullions, making it more visible, perhaps it makes more sense to try to de-emphasize those mullions, and going with the black would do that.
Mm-hmm.
well, in there's a white piece too. That's some sort of molding that's on the exterior side.
Yeah.
There it is. So what would stay white would certainly be the lintel, and the fascia board at the roof line. Those would stay white.
If I may, Chair Bella, I'm I'm just looking at his previous certificate of appropriateness that was pulled in 2018, and I don't see any specification of the color of the windows identified in the application or the certificate of appropriateness.
Well, let's rewind to other projects. And if the applicant was coming to us with a wood house that he wanted to paint, we wouldn't even be discussing the color because that's not in our purview. So I know I'm kind of
True. Yeah.
reversing myself, but I think I'm okay with black windows. I just don't think it would be appropriate to have divided lights in them.
So should we deny the application and then allow staff to work with the applicant for an appropriate proposal, or
Table it.
table it?
Well, I would
It's the
prefer
easiest
not
step
not
for
to
the
table it.
applicant.
And because this applicant has been fussing with this for quite some time. So I'd like to get a resolution that works moving forward. And so I'm wondering, and I'm going to go back to Wayne, and I'm going to ask a question. What do you believe, what counsel would you give to us as a commission? Because I think now perhaps the color at black has softened, that the Muntins has not softened. I don't believe that anybody on the commission believes that the Muntins are correct. It's the profile, but if the profile is now black and they're not as pronounced as the white, they are closer to the big panes of glass that were prevalent in the mid-century modern look.
Well, I think that's up to you, but you know, you do have the option, I guess, too, depending on how we frame this, but of actually approving the request. I mean, if you're comfortable with, you know, the majority of the elements of the request, but then there's a particular change that you would like to see, you could do an approval with a condition that the applicant work with staff and then provide that very specific direction on what you want to see.
But Wayne, if we approve it, isn't he done then working with staff?
No, you'd have to, it'd be similar to how we've done other projects where you can do approval with a condition on final design approval delegated by staff with the following direction or conditions.
Okay.
So Kenton, can you make that motion, please?
Yep. Say, based on the analysis and findings listed in the staff report, the information presented, and the input received during the public hearing, I move that the commission approve petition PLN HLC 2021-00924, a request for a certificate of appropriateness for the replacement of 6 original windows with the following conditions. Condition 1, that the divided lights be eliminated from the proposal. And condition 2, that applicants shall work with staff on final design details on the replacement of these windows. End of conditions, end of motion.
So then you're approving the color, and I guess we're not saying anything about color, therefore what was requested in black is approved.
Yes, that is correct.
Very good.
Color and material. Is that clear enough, Wayne?
Yeah, I think so. Aaron's been working on this. Aaron, does that give you enough to go on?
That's wonderful. That's great direction. I can work with that.
Very good.
Do you want to?
Is there a second or any further discussion on what Kenton has proposed? Commissioners, is there a second to what has been proposed?
I'll second.
Okay, very good. Babs, thank you very much. All right, let's go in order. Babs,
I approve.
Aiden,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Kenton,
Aye.
Carlton,
Aye.
Michael,
Aye.
and Robert.
Aye.
Very good. The motion passes. Aaron, good luck with resolving this. I think you've got some good direction now from us to do so.
Thank you.
Very good. All right. One down. Number 2 is the minor alteration at approximately 239 West Ardmore Place. And that is Nan Larson, I believe, is the planner that's presenting this. Is the planner, and then the presenter is Victor Rothar.
Thank you, Chair. And I will just share my screen here. Okay, great. The applicant is requesting a minor alteration to maintain the exterior paint recently applied to a masonry exterior on a single-family residence. The property is located in the Capitol Hill Local Historic District, also on Ardmore Place, which I'm sure, as you know, at this point is a mid-block residential street. The building is a single-family house that is historically contributing. Staff is recommending that the Historic Landmark Commission deny the request and therefore require that the paint on the brick is removed from the house. The painted masonry, because the paint was applied without a certificate of appropriateness, it's considered to be in non-compliance and is currently under enforcement. The recently applied paint is on all facades of the single-family house, and the house was constructed in 1956 and is an example of an early ranch-style residence. The street the building faces, Ardmore Place, is a residential street, and all other single-family houses along Ardmore Place are contributing to the local historic district, and no other structure on the street has a painted exterior. There are a number of guidelines that address maintaining a masonry exterior without alterations. Retaining the historic nature of the brick is important as a way to preserve the character of the historic district and avoid undue deterioration to the brick on the house. Again, the planning commission, or excuse me, planning staff is recommending that the Historic Landmark Commission deny the minor alteration request and require the paint to be removed. Staff found allowing the paint to remain on the structure would be inconsistent with 4 standards of the minor alteration, which is shown in attachment E of the staff report. I'll be available for any questions the commission might have, and I did see Victor in the attendee list, and I believe he prepared a presentation, or he should be available to answer any questions the commission may have as well.
Okay, before we get to that, I just want everyone to be clear. The work has already been completed, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Commissioners, is there any questions for Nan? Hearing none, let's hear from the applicant, please.
Victor, would you like to, you can unmute yourself. Would you like to share a screen?
Sorry,
Victor?
I don't have anything to share myself, but I did send, I believe, 9 photos to Nan that I think she should have as exhibits, I guess, for lack of better words.
Yeah, I do have those. Let me pull those up as well.
So I don't have all my notes in front of me, but and I don't even know, what streets, I don't even know where the historic district and the outlying parts of the neighborhood are. But my point was that, okay, let me take a quick walk around the block, basically 1 block radius from 3rd West to 2nd West, 2nd North to 3rd North, or whatever it is. How many homes in that 1 block radius, which are directly surrounding this property, also have painted brick? So these are all examples within a 1 block radius, which I would imagine are all part of the same neighborhood, part of the same historic district, all have painted brick. Now, whether it was done recently, 10 years ago, 30 years ago, is not the point. The point is, like this picture right here, white painted brick, orange painted brick, blue painted brick, green painted brick. They're all painted. All of these structures have painted brick. There's the blue one. So my contention is, first of all, I'm not the owner. I'm not had anything to do with it. I'm just the realtor that represented the seller. And she apparently is not able to make this meeting, but I'm here for her. My point is, if you have rules and people are not supposed to paint their houses a certain color or not at all, why is this house an issue when these 9 others are not? Shouldn't rules be applied uniformly? Whether this was done last week or 20 years ago is not the point. The point is, you have a rule for a reason. You're not preserving anything if you make this house change back to the original color and not these other 9, 15, 20, however many other homes I could find, because these are just ones in a 1 block radius that are painted. You would need to make all of these people change the colors of their home to match the historic architecture, whatever you're looking for this area.
Can I jump in?
Yes, please.
You bet, by all means.
Well, let me tell you one reason why when it happened does matter. So this has been part of the National Register Historic District since 2006. I don't know when the local district was updated, but if this happened before it was in our purview, I don't know what you are expecting us to do as far as approving or disapproving a project. So that's one reason why it matters to me.
Mr. Rothar, I'll add to that just a bit, that our purview is what's in front of us. And these other 8 cases, timing does matter. Those are not in front of us. Were they in front of us? I think the same rule applies, and the same, supposedly the same outcome would apply. This house was painted very recently. It is in Historic Landmark Commission purview, and according to what is in front of us and what our charge is to do, that's how we're responding to it.
Sure, and I totally respect your charge, but at the same point in time, is your charge to ensure the uniformity, I guess, is for lack of better terms, of this neighborhood. And if all these other homes are painted, there is no uniformity anymore. So I don't see, I understand what you're getting at, but if all these other homes are not original either, then what's the point?
Our charge is not uniformity.
But uniformity to the original context of the home. And none of these other homes are original in their context either at this point.
I would note that none of the other brick houses on this particular street are painted either.
But in this area, in this neighborhood, yes.
In the neighborhood, perhaps, but not on the street. The point is that, I mean, that argument can go either way, depending on whether you're looking at the street. No, maybe if the neighborhood, perhaps, depending on when it was done. But I think that at the end of the day, if we're applying that type of a standard, then there is no point in having a standard because it can't be applied anywhere.
Right. So if the standard hasn't been applied previously to other homes, I just don't see the fairness in having a standard to begin with. There is no standard then. If nobody has one person can have a painted brick home, but the other person can't. There's no uniformity in that standard.
Well, that goes back to when the standard was applicable to those other properties. If they were painted before it was applicable, then the standard wouldn't have applied. But regardless.
All right. Are there any other questions to the applicant by the commissioners?
I have a question. What type of paint did you use?
I did not do the work, so I'm not sure what was used.
I do have a question. Mr. Rothar, is it?
Yes.
You're representing,
Thank you for
you're the real estate agent, you're
last name
representing the
correct.
owner of the house?
Go ahead, sorry.
You're not the owner, you're representing the owner, but you're the real
I
estate
did
agent.
represent the owner, correct.
Okay. As the representative for the owner, did you know that this is a historic neighborhood?
I am not aware that she was even aware that this was a historic neighborhood. I'm in this business, and Babs is as well. I've known Babs for probably 40 years. She doesn't know me personally, but I've listened to her show on the radio years ago when I was a child. But as flippers, as remodelers, you know, whatever, this is what we do. We go in, we buy properties, we, you know, paint the exteriors if that's what it calls for, and there is no question as to, you know, what you do. This is what naturally happens.
No, I disagree, because what you do is permitted. So when you check with the permits office, they will tell you that it's a historic neighborhood and these are the rules. So did you do your work permitted?
Like I said, I was not part of any of this, so I couldn't speak for anything.
Well, then I can't give you any more information.
All right, fair enough. Are there any other questions for the applicant by the commissioners? Hearing none, let's open the meeting to public comments for this case.
Okay, I'm looking to see, let's see, we have Jonathan Lee. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Okay. Guys, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah, because there's no, I was going to comment earlier on the Izzy's because I live, we own property in this neighborhood, but there was no comment button on it when I clicked the raise hand, but that's okay. Looks like it's going Izzy's way, and I support Izzy with the window. But on this property, just to answer your question, when they were remodeling it, I'm fairly often at the property, and I did tell the worker there, it's like, yeah, I heard because, he kind of told me what they were going to do. And I said, yeah, I heard a rumor that, you can't paint over bricks in this area for the historical reason, because I heard the Historic Landmark Commission made another property around the corner sandblast off the paint on the bricks. So at least the workers knew when he did it, but then he went ahead. But basically, living in this neighborhood, I'm not in favor of the white paint because it's very reflectively bright. and it disrupts the neighborhood serenity down the street. I feel bad for the buyer who recently purchased the property, but you know, you should go back to the seller and have that paint removed, or if it can't be successfully restored to the original brick condition, then repaint it to another more subtle and subdued color. But we prefer it to be restored to the original light brown brick. Yeah, it's in the middle of the Ardmore Street, and it just sticks out kind of like it just sticks out of place, and it's significantly against the other brick and the round brown brick ambiance of the street. So that's basically, you know, why we're not in favor of this.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Lee.
Okay.
Wayne, are there other comments?
Yeah, Izzy wanted to speak, or at least he mentioned it, but before I unmute you, Izzy, just for those of you that are attending and would like to speak, and you're having issues, just once again, if you would email us at historiclandmarks.comments@slcgov.com, and we can help you out. Let's see.
I don't have any emails right now, Wayne.
Okay, Izzy, do you want to speak on this?
Yeah, I just had a couple comments. I guess one in particular, I get that this work was done after the fact, and then there was the comment on whether or not permits were taking out. But in my research of all of this, I actually was looking, and I have it open in front of me, the applications and approvals webpage. And it says, is my property historic? And if you look at step 2, it says, what kind of approvals do I need before I start my project? I will read this verbatim. It says, all exterior work for properties with local historic designation or landmark designation, with the exception of paint color and minor maintenance, requires approval before work can take place and before a building permit will be issued. So that language there definitely is at odds with, even had they gone through the permitting process, if it were myself, I don't know that I would have necessarily even considered needing a permit to paint, considering it says there, it explicitly says paint color is a minor issue.
Hang on. Let me respond to that, please. It says, with the exception of paint color. Now, it's written so that if it's wood or some other material, paint color is not in our purview. What is in our purview on the historic side is painting brick in the first place. So it's not a subtle difference. There's a big difference between what you read that applies to structures that should be painted, as opposed to structures that are brick that the purview of our commission has indicated that brick ought not to be painted in the first place.
But I guess I would say in response to that, I think you have additional context from your role on the commission and your work in doing this for years, because it doesn't say anything about material. It happens to specifically say paint color. If you're looking at literal meaning or semantics of the language that was used, it never says particular materials. It just says paint color is not required to get permission. So that's just one comment I wanted to make. That being said, now on the issue in paint in general, it was my understanding that fairly recently there was approval given to another property in the neighborhood. I don't know the exact address. I know Aaron Barlow had mentioned it in conversation before too, so he might be able to speak to specifics. But this was also something that was very unclear to me through research in what you can or can't do in this area, and when you do need to get permission. I know the main reason we say we don't want to paint brick is because it can be destructive to brick, which is porous. And through my research, I came to find out that we have new developments and technologies in terms of paints and stains that can be vapor permeable. And so I guess I would like to know, depending, and I guess, is that potentially why it was asked in the beginning, what paint was used or what type? Just for clarification for other community members as well, anyone who would potentially want to do this, I'd like to know beforehand, like, because tends to be a bit of subjectivity here. And with the advent of modern technologies, again, in specific vapor permeable stains and paints that would still allow the brick to breathe and therefore not be damaging, would things like that be permitted? Because again, it's not super clear to me the reasoning behind, other than there's a line in the sand saying, in this point in time, from here on forward, no one can paint. But that was seemed to be under the understanding that paint typically would damage brick. So I guess two things I'm asking there: would the vapor permeable material matter? Two, can we speak to the other property that was recently approved, which to my understanding was never painted beforehand and was permitted to do so after?
All right, I think I can answer those questions, but I may need some help from John. In terms of paint that is permeable, they're almost contrary. You know, you paint so that you keep water out. When you make something permeable, it's not much. It's not paint. It's a stain or it's something different. Um, John, did you want to comment on that? Because I've done some.
Yeah.
I've looked at and tried to find paint. Is he just like what you're asking for? Is there a paint that doesn't harm the brick? Because really everything that we're about with regard to the Historic Commission is that paint over the course of time does not allow for the any moisture that comes into the brick, because it does. It's an absorptive material. The space between the 2-inch space between the back of the brick and the substrate that's holding the brick on provides that circulation that dries out the building over the course of time without allowing that water to come into the structure. So that space that is vented at the top and wicked at the bottom with the weep holes, that's the system that keeps the brick, keeps the moisture that's in the brick from coming into the house. So paint stops that process because there's inherent water in the brick, and whatever water is in the brick now has no way of getting out of the building. That's the position that the historical societies and this, you know, all of that has. That's why brick is not to be painted. John, do you want to add to that?
Yeah. They do make paints now that are vapor permeable in that they're breathable enough where you could paint masonry and it would be okay, at least at first. The issue really is that you're not likely to paint a building once and just leave it be for the rest of its lifetime. So in other words, like subsequent coats of paint really make it so that it's no longer breathable. So I guess it's a kind of a yes and no. And
even if you use breathable paint, if you use it twice, it's not breathable any longer.
Right. Enough layers of it, it's just going to be just as bad as an oil paint or a, you know, epoxy or whatever. So that's why I am personally in favor of not allowing brick to be painted once, because then, you know, it's kind of opening Pandora's box then on that particular property. And the approved, I don't know which approved one we're talking about, but I don't know if you want to go there, Michael, or if you
I
want.
can state very quickly, and Wayne, you can help me out here. That was a very particular case. We said that it was a very particular case, and that the substrate was damaged or was porous enough so that taking the paint that was placed on that structure off probably would be more damaging than leaving it on. And so we were trying to be very specific with that case, that paint was not allowing future, that was not opening up the Pandora's box for brick to be painted, but that enforcement case, and let me just say, I do not like enforcement cases, period. But that in that enforcement case, it had already been done, and removing the paint, we felt, would be more detrimental to that particular structure than leaving the paint on. So we were trying to be very specific that that was a one-off, not a pivot point, and that from that point on, everything else, every brick else could be painted.
And
And
I
that
guess,
choice-
oh, go ahead.
And that choice was largely based upon the fact that the home had previously been painted and then the paint had been removed in a way that caused a lot of damage to the structure.
Right.
So
Thank
then
you.
it had been repainted.
I had
So
forgotten
that's-
about that, Aiden. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so that's a big reason why that was a special separate case. And we didn't like to make that decision, but it felt like it was the best for that isolated case.
There were two bad decisions, and we were trying to balance between which direction would be least harmful to the existing building.
Okay, let's move on. Looking for any more comments? I do not see any any hands raised. And no emails have been received on this.
Very good. So we can close the public comment portion
Yes.
and move to executive session within the commission. So commissioners, let's just go around the table and discuss this, please. Who would like to start?
I'll start. And actually, I just have one question, probably mostly for John. The brick on this particular building is not a smooth surface. It is vertically scratched, for lack of a better word, and has a texture to it.
Yeah, it's wire
Um,
cut.
Wire cut. And in your view, how does that impact the potential for removing the paint?
It could be harder to get it out of the grooves, but in general, I think using a product like a Prosoco stripper, I think it would still effectively take the paint off.
Okay, thank you.
Might take a little wire brush cajoling, but
Yeah, that's been my experience as well, that the Proco stripper is really the only way to go. That it is going to be harder to take it off because of the wire brush, you know, the verticals that are in the brick, but it can be done.
Thanks. I'm not as familiar, so I wanted to ask the question.
Thank you. Hearing no other discussion points, are we ready for a motion on the Ardmore minor alteration at 239 West Ardmore?
I can make a motion.
Very good.
Based on the information in the staff report, I move that the Historic Landmark Commission deny the proposed minor alteration as presented in petition PLN HLC 2021-00721.
Commissioners, is there any discussion and or a second to this motion?
I'll second.
I'd like to second. This is Michael.
Michael, very good. Let's go in order, please, so we can make this appropriate. Babs,
Aye.
Aiden,
You're muted.
yes,
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me?
very good. John,
Aye.
Kenton,
Aye.
Carlton,
Aye.
Michael,
Aye.
and Robert.
Aye.
All right, it's unanimous. This motion has been denied. All right, let's move now, please, to item number 3, new construction and special exception at approximately 237 North Almond Street. I believe that's Michael Sommer is the presenter, and the planner is Sarah Jaronik.
Thank you, Chair. Let me go ahead and share my screen. So as you stated, this is a request for new construction for a single family dwelling, along with requests for 2 special exceptions. The proposed residence is located on the west side of Almond Street between 200 North and 300 North. In the section of Almond Street is narrow, the right-of-way is approximately 27 feet. To the north is a vacant property that was the subject of an HLC review in October for a new single-family home. And then further to the north are recently constructed single-family attached residences. And then to the south is a contributing single-family residence. To the southwest is an additional contributing duplex property. And then to the east is the rear of Trevi Towers, which is an out-of-period condominium building. And then to the west is a grass field that's owned by the LDS Church. So the streetscape view at the top of the slide places the proposed dwelling in context with the other dwellings on the block face. And there is a mix of residential styles on the street with historic homes located to the south, and then the vacant lot, and then the recently constructed attached units to the north. The proposed dwelling is 3,896 square feet and also has a 452 square foot walkout basement. The site plan shows how it faces Almond Street with both pedestrian and garage access from the front. And it also shows the slope of the lot, particularly to the rear as it approaches Northwest Temple. And so the proposed dwelling is 3 stories and 33 feet 9 inches from the Almond Street elevation. This slide shows the front elevation, which is on Almond Street. The primary building material on the left is wood siding, and then on the right is brick veneer. And the windows are aluminum clad wood. Overall, 89% of the materials are durable, which exceeds the 80% requirement. And there are metal panels adjacent to the windows. The main entry, which has an aluminum clad pivot door, is located to the left and has an overhanging metal canopy, and the applicant worked with staff to add this and other elements to better meet the standards and the guidelines. And then this slide shows the north elevation. The steep slope of the property as well is visible, and the primary material on this elevation is brick veneer in both horizontal and vertical running bond. And then the applicant also worked with staff on this elevation and made some changes that included adding windows and the wood siding. And then this side shows the south elevation. And on this elevation, the upper floors are a combination of wood siding, brick, and ephes. And then on this rear elevation, the change in grade allows for a lower level and 4 stories are visible. And then this facade has a mix of exterior materials that include architectural concrete, ephes, and wood siding. And
Sarah,
then,
can I ask a question real quick on that last elevation?
yes,
The 2 items that are noted as 3 at the bottom there, what are those?
2 items that are noted as 3 at the bottom.
It's right above the basement dashed
material.
line.
They look like, yeah.
Oh, the condensing units.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Then so for the requests, staff recommends approval of the new construction request and supports the 2 special exception requests. The first special exception request is for a reduction in the required front yard setback from 25 feet to 15 feet. And this reduction places it roughly in line with the Garbett townhomes to the north and would be less than the 25 feet 6 inch setback on the approved project that's immediately to the north. However, the contributing property to the south has a setback of approximately 8 feet, and the proposed 15-foot setback would place it in between these 2 and allow for less grading of the steeply sloped site. And then the second special exception request is for a reduced setback on the north side of the property from 10 feet to 7 feet. And the RMO 45 zone requires a 10-foot setback for both interior side yards for a single family residence. However, 4 feet on one side and 10 feet on the other is the requirement in single family districts and also in the RMF 30 and RMF 35 zoning districts. So this proposed reduction exceeds the minimum that's required in the single family zoning districts and would place the residence approximately 17 feet from the approved dwelling to the north. And staff supports this proposed reduction. And so overall, staff finds that the proposal meets the historic design standards and complies with the residential design guidelines. And so this is the staff recommendation for approval with the condition identified in the staff report. The applicant is also here and can answer questions. Are there questions for staff at this point?
Yeah.
I have a question. is this the one we did the work session for, or was that the house to the north or south? Sorry.
There was a public hearing for the house to the north in October.
And are those being developed concurrent? Like, are they the same developer, or is these?
Just getting back up, so you can see this that dwelling here, and it's a different owner and a different applicant.
Okay, thanks.
To answer your question though, John, I think what they were asking for was very similar to what Sarah is being asked for now, and that were both the front and the side setbacks. As I recall, there might have been a rear setback requirement as well, but given the slope of the site towards the west, that was easily approved as well.
They also had a similar request for the north side yard to reduce that. And then the request that they had in the front yard was the way the house was going to be built, it was going to be below grade for where you entered. And so they wanted a little bit higher fence in the front of it.
That's right. I remember that now. Thank you.
Sarah,
Commissioners, are there any other questions for Sarah?
just one. Sorry if I missed this in the report, Sarah. Will this go to Planning Commission as well, or are we acting as land use for this zoning exception?
No, single family homes don't go to Planning Commission.
Okay. Okay, sorry. Thank you.
Very well. If there are no other questions of the commissioners to staff, we can hear from the applicant.
Applicant Michael Summer, do you want to share your screen? Do you have a presentation?
We don't necessarily have a presentation. We just wanted to take a moment to thank everybody's time from staff and from the commissioners for reviewing the application. In deference for everybody's time, we would just like to maybe potentially open it for any other questions or concerns that we can help address.
Commissioners, are there any questions of Mr. Summer?
I don't have a question so much as a statement, if I may.
Okay.
I would say that I think this is a very unique house for a very unique lot, and in my view, actually contributes well to the neighborhood. So,
thank you.
Yeah, Carlton, I was thinking very much the same. That there's been quite a bit of activity on this street, and this is another welcome addition, in my opinion, to the street. Hearing no other questions to the applicant, I think we need to open to any public comments.
Yeah, I'll call on Cindy Cromer first. Go ahead, Cindy.
Hi, everybody. My comment is not specific to only this proposal, but to the larger group of meticulously designed modern houses built as infill in the Capitol Hill Avenues historic districts. Less frequently, these gems of modern infill appear in the University and Central City districts. I want to take you back to 30 years ago. A member of the Planning Commission dared to design a modern infill house in the Capitol Hill Historic District. As a direct result, a neighbor complained to the District 3 council member. At the time, a nomination for a board or commission did not move forward if one single member of the city council objected, which the District 3 council member did. The audacious member of the Planning Commission was denied a second term. All I can say looking over this collection of these modern pieces of sculpture is we have come a long way. And I also want to compliment the planning staff for their 2020 tour of infill homes in the Avenues and University historic districts. I hope that they will find the time to create a similar tour for Capitol Hill in the near future. Thank you very much.
Wayne, are there any other public comments?
You know, I'm not seeing any other hands raised. I'm going to call on this person again here who's a call-in user because I'm not sure if they have the ability to
Understood.
raise a hand. Call-in user 2801448. Is this an item that you would like to speak on? You're unmuted, so you can speak now. Nope. Okay.
Wayne, Sarah had something to add on the public comments.
Right. We did receive one additional public comment that was put into the Dropbox. I believe if it was not put in there, I can go ahead and read that.
Could you please?
Sure. Hold on just 1 second. So the comment was that in regard to the hearing for new construction and special exception at approximately 227 North Almond Street, I'm a neighbor on the east side of Almond Street and look at the quote mess above the location every time I go out of the garage. To have the vacant lot used for another house would be a great improvement over what is there now. My wife and I live in Trevi Towers.
Very good. Wayne, any other comments?
Nope, not seeing any other hands and no other emails.
Very good. Mr. Summers, is there anything else that you'd like to say?
I think you need to close the public hearing, Mr. Chair.
Well, I was going to ask if there were, okay, I will close the public hearings. Mr. Summers, was there any comment that you had to any of the comments that were made by the public?
No, can everybody still hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, no, we don't have any other comments at this time.
All right, very good. Let's go ahead and open the executive session by the commission. This session is closed to staff and the petitioner and the public unless we ask any questions. So, commissioners, comments, please.
Was the neighboring property that John mentioned, was that also a single family dwelling that we granted setback exceptions to?
I believe it was, Aiden. The little bit of I believe it was a single family. Sarah, was that correct?
Correct. That dwelling to the north that went to the commission last fall was a single family dwelling.
Yes. Okay, good. Thank you.
Mike Kenton here. Simple comment, nice project. I think it deserves our approval.
Very good. Thank you, Kenton. Commissioners, are there any other comments to the contrary? Because I think what was stated, by 3 members now, that this is a very handsome design. It fits the site, and I too am happy that those vacant lots along the street are being filled in. This seems to be an appropriate construction in this area.
I just want to add that I'm applauding the use of 89% durable materials, including on the back facade, which is something we don't really care too much about usually, but I think it's going above and beyond to a really well-built and handsome house.
Indeed. So unless there are other comments by the commission, let's go ahead and end the discussion, and I will call for a motion.
I will make a motion. Based on the findings listed in the staff report, the information presented, and input received during the public hearing, I move that the Historic Landmark Commission approve the request for a certificate of appropriateness for the new construction of the residence and special exceptions for reduction in the front yard setback and the north side yard setback for the proposal at 237 North Almond Street as presented in PLN HLC 2021-00967 and PLN HLC 2021-00966 with the conditions listed in the staff report.
Thank you, Carlton. Is there any discussion and or a second of this motion?
I'll second the motion.
Thank you, Kenton. All right, let's call for the vote. Let's go in order again, please. Get my list. Babs?
Yeah, sorry.
Very good. Aiden?
Sorry, I kept missing the button.
That was a move to approve. I'm sorry.
That's fine. I figured as much. Aiden, I think I heard yes from you as well.
Yes.
Thank you. John?
Aye.
Kenton?
Aye.
Carlton,
Aye.
Michael,
Aye.
Robert.
Aye.
Very good. The motion is unanimous. Congratulations, Mr. Summer. It's approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Now let's go. Here is now the next item. That is Bishop Place project. Good evening, Nelson.
Hello. Just in the process of sorting stuff out. I apologize.
You're looking dashing as always. Thank you.
Thank you. And it seems like I'm always messing up the screen share, but here we are. Okay. This is an request for a modification to the original conditions of approval for this Bishop Place project. That basically, to sum up the request, the applicant is requesting for the HLC to modify the original conditions of approval and install vinyl window to allow installation of vinyl windows on the new buildings instead of the wood windows that were approved as part of the conditions. I'm going to get a little more into the circumstances around that. The property encompasses Bishop Place, which is a private street located at approximately 432 North, 300 West, at the west edge of the Capitol Hill district. So we seem to be gravitating toward that area this evening. In terms of background, here we go. The project has quite an extensive history. There were initial plans to renovate the building, and then to they came back with a decision that it wasn't possible, and so that they went through a demolition process. Eventually, that ended in October of 2018, and the commission shifted its focus toward reviewing this as a new construction. And it went through several iterations before it was reviewed by the commission on October 1st in 2020. At the meeting, planning staff recommended approval of the proposal and found that it generally met the standards for new construction. The finding is there on the screen. Windows was the one exception that based on their analysis, vinyl would not be considered a durable material and should be avoided. So the condition of approval that will hereafter be known as condition 1 was that staff would work with the applicant on an acceptable window that would not include vinyl. As the discussion went forward, there was another commissioner made a subsequent motion to add a second condition, condition 2, that all windows should be either wood or clad wood. And the reason was that, as stated on the screen. So the project eventually was approved with these 2 conditions and is now part of the final approval. The applicants have returned with a request to remove both conditions from the approval and are proposing to use the original AMSCO Artisan Series vinyl windows on the project that was shown. The configurations wouldn't change, the design wouldn't change from that was approved. It would just be what was originally approved or originally proposed as the windows for the project. In return, they would install all solar panels on the buildings and then have an all-electric setup in the buildings to utilize that solar power. In staff's opinion, the ordinance standards don't require wood or wood-clad windows on new construction. More on our rationale is in the staff report. I won't read the screen. That is all in the staff report as well. But overall, the design standard calls for patterns, materials, and detailing reflective of the district or setting that wouldn't exclude or only include wood or metal-clad windows, especially on new construction. However, the design guidelines do address the need for durable materials in this climate, specifically identifying vinyl as generally not appropriate in design guideline 12.74 as shown here. In addition, design guideline 12.73 has some specific design guidelines addressing window trim and reveal on new multifamily buildings. The detail that was included with the original proposal conflicts with the applicant's proposal to use applied exterior trim on the reveal here. Although we should note that the proposed vinyl window here has more of a reveal than you would typically find on the vinyl windows that we have come to know and love in the district. In terms of a recommendation, our staff, we would recommend that the Historic Landmark Commission allow non-wood or wood-clad framed windows for this project. That would be removing condition 2 from the conditions of approval. But we recommend that the condition number 1 remain as proposed based on the findings that were originally contained in the staff report from last October. And we do note that when you look at this, you look at a broader spread of city goals than just that particular design guideline. But it's clear in this case that's a clear recommendation from staff. If there are any questions or comments, I'm certainly open to that.
Yeah, Nelson, I guess I have one in that I guess two things when I first read this is precedent setting. And I guess the second then question would be if indeed the recommendation is that it's substantially applicable, vinyl windows for new construction, if I'm reading you correctly, what staff is recommending is that vinyl windows for new construction are okay. Vinyl windows for more historic, older construction are not. So I guess what I would be asking is, would the guidelines then be modified to delineate between old and new construction?
I probably tripped over my tongue a little bit there. I'm aware that we've been going on for quite a while and I was trying to cut time off of the presentation. So our recommendation would be that it would not be to approve vinyl windows on new construction. Okay. It would be that conflicts with the design guidelines. There are substitute materials such as fiberglass or a composite material that would be acceptable, so that wood or wood-clad windows are not the only option, and that was condition 2 of the approval. But vinyl, it's specifically called out as a non-durable material in this climate.
Okay. That's a good clarification. So vinyl windows are out, but all windows shall be either wood or wood-clad. That's what you're saying. That could be changed. And okay, very good. That's clear now.
For new construction.
For new construction. All right.
Nelson, back in the 2018 approval, how many with those before and after photographs, how many historic buildings were demolished to make way for this?
You know, that was predating my time.
Yeah, I think I can answer a little bit of that, Nelson. It felt like the that the majority of the space was vacant. There was one, in Kenton, I need some help because I know you were on the commission at the time as well. It seemed like there was one other building that was on the site, but it was more closer to the interior of the site. So Aiden, in answer to your question, the majority of the site, I believe, if I recall correctly, was vacant with the exception of the single house on 4th West, the entry house. What's there now are more, there's small businesses to the south, as I recall. And so that's why the street is a little bit narrower than normal to get into this property.
Michael, there were a handful of buildings that extended down Bishop Place in various states of disrepair. There could even have been, there was the house facing 3rd West, just on, and then there could have been 6 more buildings in there.
Yeah, I just remembered, Kenton, when I drove there, the house, you know, the main house that was facing west was there, and there were other houses, as you say, that were in very much disrepair, and there were, as I recall, a few vacant lots because some had already
Yes.
been demolished.
Yeah, that's
I'll
right.
jump in.
enough.
There were approximately 8
Yeah.
pictures on site.
I've just been scanning through Lex Trauber's old staff reports, and that's the number I came up with.
Okay, fair enough.
Were they all turn of the century cottages, or were they newer construction, the vacant properties that were demolished?
They were, and probably I should share my screen again.
Yeah, and not to take up time, if you could, I'm sure I could look up the reports later on my own time.
Yeah.
When I saw that
Aiden.
photo, I was just shocked.
Aiden, they
The quick
were,
answer, Aiden, they were not newer construction.
yeah,
They looked
they
really
were
nice.
workers' cottages, and then turn of the century kind of teens bungalow looking one on 3rd West.
Quite sad. Thank you guys for answering
So,
that.
yeah, and that was a long and emotional process. I think the neighborhood had a lot of emotion involved. The process of it, the plan changed several times, and eventually the mayor stepped in. The mayor at the time stepped in and abbreviated that and ended the demolition review process. So that's kind of out of the way. And then the new construction process, the commission looked at that in 2019 and then 2020 and issued their approval then. So the approval that you're looking at now dates from October of 2020.
Okay. I think that was
Aiden, there
my
were a
first
number
meeting.
of design changes, color changes, and breaking up the facade kinds of changes, as I recall,
Correct.
to get to where we are now.
Yeah, long process. Two work sessions. There was definitely a lot of input and a lot of emotion. And you know, I won't speculate on the reasons for the inclusion of that second condition, but you know, there was certainly a lot of emotion involved.
Well, that was a question I was going to ask, not being on the commission at the time, if there was background as to why the wood or wood-clad window requirement was inserted at the time.
You have the reasons that came out of the minutes in the recording in the staff report. It was just that they felt like the composite or fiberglass windows that they've been seeing on new construction weren't really reflective of that. Staff really, when we went back and looked at it and took a really comprehensive look, we feel like there isn't support in the standards of the ordinance or the design guidelines to require that. However, the limitation on the vinyl is clearly stated in the design guideline.
Commissioners, any other questions for Nelson? Hearing none, I think it's time to hear from the applicant.
We have the applicants, Paul Garbett and
Sorry, I was trying to talk. I was on mute. One last question for Nelson. So you mentioned something about solar panels. What I heard, I want to make sure I didn't mishear, they are offering to put solar panels on the roof if we allow them to do vinyl windows?
Well, I, again, probably slip past that in the interest of time a little too quickly. The reasons that they've come to the commission are primarily due to cost and logistical issues with getting a window that would meet the original standards of approval. I've heard horror stories about windows and the lead time on those, and you as an architect probably know what that is better than I do right now. And so one of the things that they have proposed is that the cost savings that might be realized with the less expensive window that was originally proposed would go into something like a solar panel. And I'll let the applicants explain more about what their plan is.
Thank you.
Very good. So Wayne, if we could hear from the applicant, please.
Yeah, Paul or Anne, do either one of you would have something you'd like to share on a screen? You can unmute yourselves.
Yeah, I've got a slideshow I'd like to present.
Okay, give me just 1 second here. All right, you should be able to share your screen here in a moment.
Okay, good evening. Thanks for letting me present to you tonight. And let me just pick up kind of where we left off. We've had a background on kind of the history of this project. And so I want to just dive right into why we're coming to ask for this modification to the conditions of approval. Just a little bit of context from my perspective. I don't remember there being much discussion as to why that condition of wood or wood clad needed to be in there. I just remember it being towards the end of the meeting and was presented by one of the commissioners who ended up voting against the project anyway. So it felt a little bit punitive. But we've come back with a proposal in its place. So what we're asking for is that we are allowed to use vinyl windows. And these aren't your standard vinyl windows. These are the Amsco Artisan Series premium vinyl window. And what it comes with is a lifetime warranty on the frame. Also, I think there is a bit of a misconception with vinyl windows that they are not durable, but this is based on the vinyl windows of 10, 15 years ago, and the technology has changed drastically to the point where we have lifetime warranties on the frames for these vinyl windows. Also, they are offered in different colors, so it's doesn't necessarily have to be white. But what we wanted to bring to you was a request that in exchange for not having to do, or in exchange for being able to do these vinyl windows, we would like to do Bishop Place as an all-electric community and provide solar panels as a standard feature on every single home that we're selling. So it's not an option, it's not an upgrade. Everyone that buys a home here will have solar panels on their home, in addition to the homes being all electric. And all electricity is important and is something that we at Garbett have really signed on to because we believe it's the right direction for the industry to go. it's also in line with the direction that Mayor Mendenhall has expressed. She wants the buildings in Salt Lake City to become electrified. And it's in line with the goals of the city and its constituents, right? I think we're watching as our air quality continues to be an issue. And behind cars, homes are the second most contributor to the air quality that we suffer from here in Salt Lake City. Part of that comes from gas heating our homes in the winter, right? So this community will not have any gas lines in it. It would be all electric, making it a zero emission community, which we have voluntarily decided to
earlier projects were geothermal. Is that not a consideration for this project?
Not at this project. Yeah, we have done geothermal in the past, but just logistically, it's been more difficult to pull off. So we've focused more on solar.
Well, that makes it affordable too, as far as the solar, because that was a substantial upgrade in the purchases for buyers out there. So that's interesting. You're seeing this as a trade-off. Any hoodle.
Yeah, I think it's just, you know, we're not trying to get something cheaper. We're just trying to, we want to offer something to our buyers that we think better fits their needs and their wants, and is also more in line with what the goals of the city are, the goals of the administration are, and the goals of the greater Salt Lake City are.
Paul, Kenton Peters here. You referenced a project on Northwest Capitol that has these same windows.
It's the same, it's the AMSCO Artisan Series.
Yeah, so presumably that came through this commission, didn't it?
It did. All of the projects, those 3 projects that I showed, came through the HLC. So all of those were approved, and you know, that's kind of why. Yeah, so we've had them approved in other areas, blocks away, and so that's kind of what we're asking is, hey, look, can't we just keep doing these?
So
Okay,
Kenton, Kenton, I've got a question for you. You've been on the commission just a bit longer than I have. I don't recall the other that is the one that the project that you were just talking about. I don't recall seeing that. Can Mr. Garbett, can you go back to the precedent image? Yes, that one. I don't recall the Northwest Capitol Street project.
It's in the HLC, unless I'm confused.
It is in the HLC.
And it definitely went through the through your commission.
Yeah, we saw that one, and we saw the one.
That one I recognize. This one here, yes, the Temple project. Okay.
And Partisan, we got to spend a good bit of time with the Garbetts on this one.
Yeah, we're always here.
Yeah.
Well, and that's kind of, you know, our office is here on Capitol Hill, and I think we are one of the most prolific new home developers in the HLC district, because it's where our headquarters is. We live here. I live here. It's a great area, and lots of people want to live here.
Can I ask where the Bishop Place project is in process right now?
We're still working on final plat approval. We've run into a UDOT issue, but we have preliminary plat approval, but not final plat approval.
I'm mostly wondering because of the lead time issues. Like, it seems like if you got a submittal and ordered the windows pretty early in construction, it might mitigate some of that.
Yeah, you know, I think the availability of them isn't so much factoring into our calculus. It's more kind of the financial impact that it causes on the project, and a question of what do our buyers want. And we feel that they would prefer this over, real expensive windows that are triple the cost of the vinyl windows that we're proposing. So just that wood aluminum clad window requirement that was kind of thrown in last minute tripled the price of added about $15,000 to each home. And we took a look at that and said, look, here's what we could do with that type of money if we had latitude to pick the windows ourselves.
All right, so I don't have any additional questions for the applicant, but I do have a question for Nelson.
Yes.
So when I'm looking at your memorandum, it wasn't a report, it was a memorandum. It was specifically that the request to install vinyl windows on the new building is what's included as a condition of approval. And so I understand on item number 2, all windows shall either be wood or wood clad. That appears to have gone away. The staff recommendation that the Historic Landmark Commission modify condition number 2 of the original, I get it, but I don't see really a recommendation for item number 1. It says that the staff shall further recommends to the commission leave condition number 1 as approved, and meaning that the vinyl windows shall not or shall be avoided because they're not durable. Am I understanding that correct?
Correct. And,
Okay.
and I'll elaborate a little more on that too. With the projects that have been cited here, and it was something that Lex Traver brought up in the original review of this proposal. Those were approved prior to the adoption of the multifamily design guidelines.
Okay.
And the multifamily design guidelines are the ones that specifically state that vinyl is not a durable material.
This is Lex Traver, and I'm listening in, and I'm happy to answer any questions because I did 3 out of 4 of those projects that you just showed on the screen.
He can rescue me.
So Lex, I do have a question. You know, I'm looking at the action required, and it says vinyl windows shall be avoided as they are not durable material, you know, and therefore inappropriate. So I guess I'm questioning that does the commission, or excuse me, does staff now still hold that vinyl windows shall be avoided because they're not durable, or are the current vinyl windows, if I understand Mr. Garbett, excuse me, statement earlier, that they're warranted, guaranteed for how many years now?
These windows have a lifetime warranty on the frame. I think the average life of a vinyl window is published at about 30 years.
Okay, so my question then, Lex, to you is a 20, 25, 30-year lifetime still considered, you know, a non-durable material?
According to the standards and the guidelines that we have adopted to guide these discussions, it states no vinyl. And so the lifetime guarantee on the frame, in my mind, is a separate issue.
So Wayne, I'm going to go back to you then. We're in a, and gosh, I thought this was going to be an easy one. It feels like, what's your guidance with regard to what's been asked of us is that what was approved originally was no vinyl, and windows that could be that didn't have to be wood or wood clad. What was come back to us from staff saying that the specific request to install vinyl on the wood windows included as a condition that should stay, but that the condition number 2 goes away. So this feels like there's further study with regard. I guess what I'm saying is I'm stuck. I think we're stuck. Our requirements say no vinyl. There doesn't leave it period. It says no vinyl, and it doesn't say no vinyl A, but vinyl B is approved. It says no vinyl, and what's being asked for is we're going to use vinyl, and as a deal making, which I applaud, is saying we're going to offer that there's solar panels at no cost to the buyer. That's the give and take. But the way I read it is what's in front of us, and what our guidelines that are supposed to dictate say vinyl windows are to be avoided. So I don't know how to get around that, because it's very clear what it states.
Well, yeah, I mean, you need to look at the request that's before you, and that's the windows. And like, I think by saying, applauding the use of solar panels, that's fantastic. I hope that
Right.
does go through.
But that's tangential to this issue.
What you are looking at is the windows themselves, and how does that proposal comply with the guidelines that have been adopted?
So I'd have to piggyback onto Mike here with question is, I had always thought that the vinyl windows were discouraged or denied based upon their appearance because the cross section bore no similarity to historic windows or a wood profile window. These windows appear to have all the visual complexity that a wood window or a clad wood window has, and that the durability really isn't an issue. I'm not familiar with this, where in the guidelines, I haven't quickly found it,
That's in the multifamily design guidelines.
Yeah, about durability, but I mean, people can put up wood siding on a west facade, and that stuff will be beaten up by the weather. It'll last, 10 years of direct sun exposure. We aren't concerned about durability with that. I had thought this was an aesthetic issue rather than a durability issue. So I'm a little confused there.
And can I chime in a little bit on that?
Yes, please.
I think it's both. Typically, what we see and what is kind of the standard for new construction is at least a 4+ inch reveal from the face of the wall to the face of the sash. And generally, that's the upper sash, depending on what type of window it is. And there are design guidelines that say, that they should be characteristic of masonry and most public facades, window reveals. A reveal should be recessed into the primary plane of the wall and not achieved by applying window trim to the facade, is one in 12.73 of those guidelines. And it goes on to say, this helps to avoid the impression of superficiality, which can be inherent in some more recent construction, for example, with applied details like window trim and surrounds. Those guidelines are in the staff report, or excuse me, the staff memo.
In the memorandum.
And then durability is in another design guideline. That said, technology definitely evolves, and the commission needs to look at how the windows of these today, what is proposed here, overall meet the general standards for historic preservation and new construction in the historic districts. So you can take a broader look, but when you look at the specifics in the design guidelines, it's very clear that it says vinyl should be avoidable as a non-durable material in the regional climate.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, if I can just
and again, the other projects that are referenced, they preceded the adoption of this no vinyl. I mean, I thought we
Yes.
were using vinyl all along. That's the case, Lex?
Yes, those projects were done prior to the adoption of that guideline. So that the Northwest Capitol project, as well as, is it Almond Street? Yeah, those were both done prior to. Hence, the reason I put the condition on Bishop Place.
Yeah,
and you and I've had that discussion.
Yeah, the code is very clear. We understand that it requires vinyl. What we're asking for is an exception, a variance on that. And it's my understanding that this commission has that ability to grant these exceptions and these variances, and that's what we're asking for. we understand that that's what the code says. But yeah, that's what we're here for, is to see if we can be granted an exception, be granted a variance to it.
I'm not so convinced that's exactly what the standard says. It says that it should be avoided. It doesn't say that it's absolutely prohibited. But more to the point that was made earlier, it specifically says it should be avoided as a non-durable material in the regional climate. If this comes with a lifetime warranty, then the manufacturer is stating that it is durable. So I'm a little confused in the respect that it's prohibited on the basis that it's non-durable, and yet the manufacturer is willing to stand behind it over the longer term as a durable material. So should we avoid it if it is indeed durable?
I was actually thinking the same thing, Carlton, that the language in the code says avoided rather than something like cannot be or prohibited. This is a pretty standard guideline among historic districts in this part of the world where aluminum is prohibited and it shall be wood or aluminum clad. So that's where I'm kind of torn, but I am leaning towards where you're going to, Carlton, where the language that can be interpreted is avoided, not prohibited.
Talking about warranty and so forth, I'm looking at the AMSCO information on artisan style, and I can only find a 20-year warranty. No, I'm going to preface this with saying I lean towards supporting Garbett on this, yet, trust but verify, I am not finding a lifetime warranty reference on the AMSCO website. Mr. Garbett, have you got some other info that I might not be able to find here?
What I have is, let's see, here we go, sorry. An email from our rep at AMSCO Windows where he talks about the lifetime warranty on the frame.
Okay. Well, that seems pretty cut and dried there. I'd encourage you to double check on their fine print elsewhere because it doesn't show up on their website documents. But anyhow, okay.
Yeah, well, and I think it kind of comes back to I think there is a misconception with vinyl windows that we've based a lot of these codes on the early models from 10 years ago, and the technology has changed and they're much more durable. And they offer great energy efficiency. They do have properties that make them well adapted to this climate now, so that the maintenance is lower, the energy efficiency is there. So I think they're just different than they were, 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to ask a question to Lex then. How would the existing multifamily design guidelines be modified so that a more durable vinyl clad window would be accepted? I mean, you understand where we are, Lex.
I do understand where you are.
It's very straightforward, and it says, thou shalt not. And so I'm looking for something that says thou shalt not, unless it is, it has the warranties, it has a lifetime, guarantee, blah, 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 all of those kinds of things, because I think what I read and what was in the recommendation letter states that vinyl is to be avoided because it just doesn't last. And if indeed there is documentation that indicates that if indeed it doesn't last, it's going to be replaced, then it takes that argument away.
And so the only way that would happen would be to actually amend those design guidelines. Because what happened with those design guidelines and the change in the code is that the code standards effectively gave those design guidelines teeth, and they became standard. And so it's just like any other text amendment. Maybe the technology on these things has changed, And if that's the case and they are now durable, then we would have to, you know, amend the text that the city council has adopted.
So then, Wayne, I would want to ask you then a question. We can't, I mean, we have a law in front of us and we can't change the law. So what are the next steps for us? Because we appear to have some sympathy that the reason that vinyl clad is not being used is because it's not durable. And yet we think we have documentation that states to the contrary. What would be your recommendation for the next steps then?
Well, I'll go ahead, Wayne.
Oh no, go ahead, Nelson. Then I can jump in.
I was going to say that would is not, or should is not shall. That's there, and you're going in the direction of these are guidelines that, you know, are in the context of a broad number of guidelines. If you find that the preponderance of those, with the exception of this particular one guideline says that vinyl is not a durable material, you could say in this case, there is enough evidence here to find that the vinyl is durable and that it meets all other standards in the design guidelines, which are the reveal and the shadow effect and how inset it is into the wall. All of those things tend to be an issue with vinyl windows and using them in new construction. Even that's a standard even outside of the historic district.
Right. So does this window, Nelson, in your opinion, does it give the 4-inch reveal from the sash to the wall? It, you know, because the details that you showed, just visually looking at it, it was a bit shy of 4-inch depth. Is that am I understanding that correct?
Yeah, and that's why, you know, the original condition that staff recommended was that we work with the applicant and that the commission give staff the latitude to determine a final window that will meet the standards.
I'm going to jump in really quick.
Yeah, that'd be great, Wayne. Thanks.
We've been talking about the guidelines a lot, but there's the actual standards for new construction, and those are the actual standards that the commission uses when they approve. What was that? Somebody's unmuted. But they're what the commission actually has to make findings on to approve a project. So the guidelines we're talking about are the guidelines. They're not the necessarily the hardcore standards, but I'll read the standard itself that deals with windows for new construction. And this is under building materials, elements, and detailing. And then it says windows. Windows and other openings are incorporated in a manner that reflects patterns, materials, and detailing established in the district and or setting. So that's the actual finding you're making, is this particular window that's being proposed, does it comply with that standard? And that's what you need to consider.
And Wayne, what's that standard number, please?
That's in chapter 3 that you're reading that?
This is in the zoning ordinance. And this is in, we get there, 21A.34.020 H. Let me get down here. I think it's H 6
C.
Thank you. So I don't recall us delving into the zoning ordinance before. We were just relying on the guidelines. You know, what kicks this into zoning ordinance level review?
Well, the original. So when you would have looked at the original staff report, that I think Lex did the original staff report, and that would have included all of the actual standard, just like any of the staff reports that we give you for new construction. There's the list of the standards that is actually in the ordinance. Those are the things that the HLC looks at and makes findings on to actually approve a project. The guidelines are intended there to help inform the decision into the standards. That makes
Okay.
any sense. But it's the standards themselves. That's what you're answering.
Got it.
So
As an aside, this kind of supports Mike's suggestion that we spend some 5 to 5:30 periods learning about this, the guidelines and the standards, so we really know what we're doing. So, okay, that makes sense, Wayne. That's helpful. So we've just got to reference that standard. And if we think it complies, we've got to explain why. Or if we think it doesn't.
That's
it's-
right. I
it's
think
the
Lex was
standard.
going to jump in there. Lex, sorry, did I cut you off?
yeah, I just wanted to jump in and say, Kenton, if you look at staff report for the Masonic Temple project, as well as the Bishop Place project.
Yeah,
I went
it's
through
here.
and in those tables list the standard and then all the design guidelines that go along with each one of those standards. And there's
Okay.
like 80 something design guidelines for I don't remember how many standards off the top of my head, but I put all those in the tables and then we would do an analysis and a finding. So, the table goes standard, associated design guidelines, staff analysis, finding.
And
Okay.
you'll find that in Sarah's staff report for this evening as well. We do it for every new construction.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I
And
know
I
I've
have
seen
that.
it, and I
have that from Lex's original staff report. If you wanted me to share my screen.
Yeah, I've got it up as well. Go ahead, Nelson.
Okay.
And the reason we did that is to make that association between standard and the multitude of design guidelines, so that trying to be as clear as possible.
Okay, that makes sense. Guess I was just typically jumping into the guidelines and not analyzing the standard as it led there. Okay.
And I'm sorry, I'm trying to throw it up, but I don't have the right or whatever it is.
Yeah, sorry about that, Nelson. Let me.
Yeah,
let me
you're
go
cool.
back to you. I was spacing out there for a minute. Okay, that should be coming your way.
There we go. So this is Lex's, the page 93 of Lex's original 117 page staff report, but it does go into, this is the standard here. And he has gone through and matched those up with the design guidelines that are applicable. And then this, and it's in my staff memo, but it's here. This is what his finding was that was related to the suggested and recommended condition of approval, condition 1. If that makes it a little clearer.
Yes, it does make it clearer. I see that now. I wasn't picking up that the far left column was out of the zoning ordinance. So that makes sense. Thank you for the explanation, all of you.
All right, so Nelson, I'm going to go back to your memorandum, and it's very straightforward. Staff recommends that the Historic Landmark Commission modify Condition 2. I think we're all in agreement with that. Condition 2 was all windows shall either be wood or wood clad. So staff is recommending that modify Condition 2, that be done. So your next paragraph or next sentence, Staff further recommends that the commission leave condition number 1 as approved, and that is vinyl windows shall be avoided. In order for the planning staff to work with the applicant to identify a type of window that meets new construction standards, and then this is where you list them, 21.34.02, so forth, windows and associated design guidelines. I am in favor of, and let's just stop there.
Mr. Chair, I need to kind of bring up really quick. We haven't had the public hearing yet.
That's where I reminded myself to stop
Okay.
right there. So I'm looking at the recommendation. I understand what the recommendation is. I'm going to turn to the commission now. Are there any other questions of the applicant and or Nelson? And thank you, Wayne, for reminding me. Let's turn now to open to public comments.
Okay, we have Cindy. Cindy, go ahead. Cindy
Hi,
Crum-
I hadn't expected to comment on this tonight, but there seems to be so much confusion about the nature of the decision on Bishop Place that I feel compelled to say something here. The state legislature intervened and set up a circumstance where the mayor could overturn, an administrator, a chief executive could overturn the decision of the Landmarks Commission. And that is what happened in the case of Bishop's Place. This commission made a very laborious decision about each of the houses. It made 8 decisions about their viability. And then the mayor, Jackie Poskupski, overturned your decision. She also overturned what I viewed as a well-founded decision in the Central City Historic District, resulting in the demolition of a contributory structure. So just want to get that off my chest. There was a lot of time that went into this, and some very unfortunate things happened, and we lost a lot of contributory structures on this one. Now, my recall is that these homes were going to be solar ready. It was either this or another Gorbet project where the homes were going to be solar ready and could be adapted. The second thing I want to say is that I am concerned that there seems to be a quid pro quo here, a tit for tat, regarding things that you have authority over, the windows, and the things that I don't believe you have authority over, the solar availability. I'm, of course, very supportive of what Gorbet is proposing to do. I'm just uncomfortable with the quid pro quo of things that are in your purview clearly and things that are not. And I would prefer you let Gorbet go its own way and do the right thing, which I am confident they will do when you work out the window issue, but not tie your decision to providing the solar capability. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Cindy.
Thanks, Cindy. Thomas Kessinger, go ahead, Thomas.
Hello, would it be possible to share a brief presentation?
Certainly.
No, not unless you're the applicant, but from a public input standpoint. It's just
I was in conversation with, I believe it was Aubrey and Robert Nelson this week, and I was told I would be given a moment to present, but
okay.
If I can't actually present, that's fine.
Give me just a minute here.
Okay, and then we did a quick test too before around 5:30 to make sure I had the ability. Okay, here we go.
I'm sorry, Thomas. I thought you were one of the applicants or presenters for this item. I didn't realize that you were not.
He is a presenter from, Mr. Gorbet asked that he be included as a presenter.
Okay.
This is my first time in front of the Historic Landmarks Commission, so I'm not quite sure the procedure.
Oh yeah, sorry about that, Thomas. I didn't have you on the presenter list, so otherwise I would have moved you on over.
No worries. I
So-
appreciate that. Let me see if I can share now.
You know what? Let's hold off for just a minute since you're part of the presenter group and see if there's anybody else. And Chair, I apologize. I'm probably stepping
On the
your
public
toes.
side.
See if there's anybody on the public side still.
Sounds good.
So is there anybody else that would like to speak? Please raise your hand. Okay, I am not seeing anybody else that would like to speak from the public.
So then, seeing that, Wayne, then Thomas Kessinger would be a part of the presenter that would then be able to comment on the public comments.
So you can close the public hearing and then have Thomas present as one of those.
Very good. Let's close the public hearing. And now, Thomas, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And I will say this is my first time in front of the Historic Landmarks Commission. It has been very interesting to see your careful deliberations of this matter. And hopefully we'll take a brief, we'll pause just momentarily on the question of windows. We could talk about building electrification generally and how this project supports the goals of the city. So let me get my presentation up here.
Hey, Mr. Chair, I mean, while that's all good and proper, it's not what we're here, what's before us. So
I was just going to do that, Kenton, in that there's two things before us. What staff was recommending, modifying condition number 2 and recommending leave condition number 1 alone. And so the electrification of the residential housing, that's not in our purview. I laud it, I understand it, but that's not what we're here tonight for. If I was thinking more, Thomas, that you had more information concerning the conversation that we were having prior.
I think my remarks kind of generally support the direction that this project is heading in terms of increased electrification. And there are just general comments about where the city is at regarding electrification. And while I understand that the commission's purview is definitely focused on the preservation and conservation, but you also have the ability to consider environmental, economic, and societal benefits when you're making your decisions. And so I think if I could take just a few moments and describe where Salt Lake City is at in terms of its electrification practices and why this project would support the goals of the city, I think there would still be value. However, if you don't think that it is valuable,
I think the operative term is a few minutes. Let's if we could do that, please, then.
Thank you very much. My name is Thomas Kessinger. I am the Beneficial Electrification Program Manager at Utah Clean Energy. I have 3 goals today. First is to voice our support of this project in Garbutt Homes generally. Then I want to explain beneficial electrification as a policy lens. I'm going to describe a few of Salt Lake City's current efforts towards electrification and why that matters. And then I want to speak to why this project is in line with current Salt Lake City policy and why it's in the best interest to grant this variance to Garbutt Homes. Utah Clean Energy has been supporting the energy transition in Utah for 20 years. A key part of the energy transition is energy efficiency. We combine subject matter expertise and policy know-how to help governments and businesses make these difficult decisions without sacrificing aesthetics, affordability, and reliability. I am tasked with heading up the Beneficial Electrification Program. And the project that you're seeing in front of you, the Bishop Place project, is beneficial electrification in action. Before I dive into that, I'll give you a 101 of beneficial electrification. And it's a practical approach here. So as we move towards more renewables on the grid, beneficial electrification encourages the use of that electricity. So if you look at the image here on the right, first things first, we generate clean electrons. Number 2, again, relating to the Bishop Place project, we're going to use those electrons in an all-electric construction. 3, we're trying to make the house as efficient as possible, so it uses the least amount of energy it needs. And then 4, we're trying to make sure that your energy consumption can be flexible. And so the benefits that we see through this are reduced air pollution, reduced energy burdens, and a lower cost per kilowatt hour for electricity for all users of the distribution system. Salt Lake City has firmly embraced beneficial electrification in its policies. This quote from Mayor Mendenhall just 2 or 3 weeks ago, reducing emissions from our buildings is vital. Since 2019, Salt Lake City's partnered with the Building Electrification Institute to do this work and to develop these innovative policies. On November 4th, Salt Lake City filed an application to the Uniform Building Code Commission, which would advocate or establish an electric ready building code. Garbett Homes was the only home builder to sign onto that letter of support on this project.
Mike, please, this is just tangent to what we're doing here.
Yeah, I was just about to cut this off in that.
I'm sorry to step on your toes.
In deference to and respect, Mr. Kissinger, for the time that you've spent to do this. Thank you for this information. I think it's useful, but I don't think it's directly germane to what we're about. I appreciate what you've done, but I think at this point, unless there's any other comments from the presenter, I think it's time to close this and open to executive session with the commission.
Mr. Chair, I feel
Thank you
like
for
I
the
need
opportunity. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I feel like I need to make.
And Mr. Kessinger, I agree completely with what you're doing, but it's tangent to what we're doing here. We got a lot of stuff to do. I'd say this single thing you could do that's related to the windows is get them to buy even more energy efficient windows. Going from a U value of 0.3, which these windows are, down to a 0.2 would be a huge energy savings. So, and if you're electrically cooling and heating, you'll see a payback right there. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I could, I just need to make it really important, I think, clarification here that the commission is not reviewing and approving a variance to anything. This is a new construction project, and you are reviewing this project according to the standards in the ordinance that we went through for new construction. So I just wanted to make sure everybody understands that.
Understood. And likewise, Wayne, I want to reiterate the recommendation before us is very straightforward, and I think we know and understand and agree with as a commission that all windows shall be either wood or wood clad. That recommendation is modified. The further recommendation that was made to us in this memorandum is that the staff recommends that the commission leave condition number 1 as approved, and then in order for the planning staff to work with the applicant to identify a type of window that meets new construction standards. I believe the way the recommendation is written is appropriate, and I'm calling for the commission to raise a motion, call for a motion with regard to the recommendation that's in front of us by staff.
I can make a motion if no one has any more discussion.
I think
I would John, I'm sorry, Aiden, go ahead, please.
Oh, no, it's okay. I was just going to make a quick comment. I am comfortable with John making a motion now, but I just wanted to echo what Cindy was saying just for the future with an applicant coming forth saying in place of the quid pro quo, in place of this exception will give you this benefit that is unrelated to preservation or anything. I felt like that was also making me uncomfortable. So I just wanted to reiterate that for the future. I think when we have these items, we should just be looking at the item, which I think is the place that we now have gotten to. But in the beginning, it didn't feel that way.
Thank you very much, Aiden. And yes, I very much agree.
Yeah.
Commissioners, any other comments before we let John make his motion?
Yes, please, Mike, just quick. I agree with Aiden and what Cindy Cromer said. I would like to support the applicant's request for these windows because I think they seem to solve the issues with durability and appearance, but it seems like our hands are tied the way these standards are written. So, I don't see anything other than moving the way we're headed right here.
Very good. Thank you.
One issue I have with the durability question is that the lifetime warranty is on a frame, but it doesn't say anything about the sash or the glazing or the finish. a frame does not a window make. So I want to make sure that we're looking at it totally as far as durability goes as well.
And John, I would add to that, and that the letter that was indicated to us is from the sales representative. I will just state this, that a letter from the sales representative is different than an engineering stamped sales from the engineering department, from the particular window manufacturer. I think from the engineering department would hold more weight, and I would hope, and I believe that may be garnered, but I would think that that's just my opinion, that kind of engineering department letter, the salespeople are selling, but not guaranteeing.
So if there's no further discussion, I would like to make.
Sorry, can I just make one more comment?
Certainly. No, we're in executive session.
Okay, I can't make a comment.
Not at this point.
John, go ahead.
Based on the analysis and findings listed in the staff report from October 1st, 2020 and the January 6th, 2022 memo, the information presented, and the input received during the public hearing, I move that the commission modify the conditions of approval for petitions PLN HLC 2019-01157 and PLN HLC 2019-01158, which are requests for new construction and special exceptions associated with the Bishop Place project, to remove the following conditions. 2, all windows shall be either wood or wood clad.
Commissioners, do I hear a second?
I will second that.
Good. Let's go in order, please. Babs? Babs, you're on mute.
Aye.
Hayden? Hayden, you're on mute as well, please.
Oh, sorry. It doesn't say I'm on mute. Can you hear me?
Okay. Was that an aye?
Yes.
Very good. Thank you. John?
Aye.
Kenton?
Aye.
Carlton?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Robert?
Aye.
It's unanimous and the motion passes as presented. I will say that based on the recommendation, I think we're in line with what was recommended to us by staff. And it also, I believe, is that it leaves the door open, Mr. Gabbard, for working with the planning staff to work with the applicant, you, to identify a type of window that meets new construction standard. If indeed it winds up being the vinyl window with appropriate documentation, then that would be wonderful. But I think as was stated, I believe our hands were tied to do what is in front of us. And these are the 2 points that we were able to act on. Very well. It is now 8:48. Would anyone be adverse to taking a 5-minute break before we get to the 2 work session projects?
Not at all.
All right, very good. Thank you. So Lex, I think the floor is yours concerning Western Gardens Place.
Thank you. This is a project, this is a Western Gardens zoning map amendment. And this is an applicant, Tyler Morris with Cottonwood Residential, proposes to amend the zoning map to change the zoning for the 2.3 acre parcel located at 550 South 600 East from CN to FBU 2. The parcel, again, is the Western Gardens Center. And this zoning map amendment change will facilitate the redevelopment of the parcel into a multifamily residential project. The applicant, he is here tonight as they requested a work session with you to discuss the proposal and to gain feedback regarding potential development as it moves forward. This project went to the Planning Commission in December, and they voted to forward a positive recommendation onto the City Council. Just to orient you a little bit, and I'm sure you're probably all familiar with this, it's dearly beloved. This is the Western Gardens Center. This is, if you're looking further down the parking lot to the west there, this is the neighborhood that abuts the Western Gardens property to the west. And then across the street from Western Gardens, of course, is Trolley Square. And the applicant is here tonight. Again, they wanted to meet with you. This project will eventually, in theory, come before you for new construction. And they just wanted to get your feedback on the zoning rezone aspect of this and see if you had any comments, any suggestions, any questions prior to them moving forward to the City Council. And
The only thing the only thing I would add, Lex, is that the photographs that you showed, I think, was from Hawthorne Avenue. There's also
Yes.
houses to the south, if my direction are correct. So there's two sides to, the west and the south have current residential use that would be that could be affected by this development.
Yeah, and I included some of those in the Planning Commission staff report. That's also part of the memorandum for you guys tonight.
Correct.
But you're absolutely correct. If you don't have any questions for me, we should probably turn it over to the applicant, and I think he has a short presentation for you.
Commissioners, any questions for Lex? I will say, Lex, that your report was very succinct and thorough. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't believe there's other questions, so indeed, let's turn it over to the applicant at this time.
Can you all hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay. I'll just walk through it verbally. I'll be quick. I think Lex's report is really, as you said, thorough and it hits all the main points. I'll just hit a couple of our thoughts, and we really just wanted to get any initial feedback from your group, and I think it was important to the local community as we've walked through meetings we've had with them that we engage with historical landmarks as soon as possible on the project. And it's been our expectation that you will have a very important role in guiding our development of this as we go forward, and getting that started sooner than later is good. At a high level, again, it's the Western Gardens site. The current owners are retiring. They have a relationship with some of the folks at our company, and they reached out about trying to help them figure out a transition into retirement that involved redeveloping their property. This is in our mind, an ideal site for multifamily. It's very walkable to retail and transit. It's got great transportation access for both kind of main thoroughfares and to the tracks, obviously. General community feedback has been supportive of multifamily as a use. There's concern about scale and size, which, given the neighbors, the residential neighbors to both the south and the west, but generally supportive of multifamily. And we're not removing any existing historical structures or housing. It's more than half the site is a parking lot. The other half is a convention center, or an event center, and then the Western Gardens facility. So all of that, I think, makes sense for having this transition to multifamily. just looking at the surrounding uses, we think FBUN2 makes a lot of sense as a transitional zone here. You have RO to the north that is, maxed out at 60 feet. You have a lot of RMF 35 to the south and the west. A lot of that stuff is, 30 to 35 foot historically contributing structures. He showed you Hawthorne, consistent with that as well to the south. Our general thought and expectation is that anything that's built here needs to be very considerate of those uses to all sides, and that RMF allows us to theoretically develop a project that can do that, where there are setbacks and stepbacks that are particular to single family zones that will constrain the building on that side. There are also natural limitations to the site. It's a big square basically, and in order to have fire access, it needs to be kind of split into multiple pieces and have additional setbacks around it. So we think all the natural limitations and the limitations of FBUN2 lead to a very thoughtful project on that end. Let me see, what else would I know? And I would just say we've been engaged in this process for about 7 or 8 months now. We've had 2 meetings with the local community council. We've had a meeting with planning commission that was largely positive. Some of the feedback from them was just a question as to whether or not we had discussed it with historical landmarks yet, and that's kind of part of the impetus for this meeting here. And we're just happy to continue to move through the process and get feedback as we go.
Very good. Excuse me, commissioners, any question for Ms. Morris?
I don't think it's a question. Everybody's going to probably agree with me. We're all going to be concerned with scale. That there are precious neighborhoods right there around Trolley Square and where Western Gardens is that abut these properties. And I think anybody wants to see some 6-story box go up and cause shade on their properties or just be, pardon my French, but ugly. So I'm sure we're all concerned about the scale.
Yeah, and that's obviously been the primary feedback, and that's been our expectation from the beginning, right? Is that this is a very sensitive transitional part of that neighborhood, and we think there'll be strong opinions from your group and from planning, from everyone as we go through it. And candidly, that's FBUN2 will cap us at 4 stories. So I mean, we're not trying to build a 6 or 7 story, 4th South corridor apartment tower that you see. Generally, we expect it'll be kind of 2, 3, and 4 story product built around there, and that's blends in well with the neighborhood and really high level design that fits in with the historical nature there. But yeah, your concern is well noted and expected.
Commissioners, any other questions? All right, hearing none, let's open up to public comments, please.
No
This
public
isn't a
hearing.
public hearing.
Okay, so there's no, okay. All right, excuse me. So I guess, I'm going to have a comment then to the applicant. And I think it's been stated, and I think probably in your neighborhood meetings, the same kind of thing. I think the FBUN2 talks about a little bit of height, that it allows up to 50 feet in height, what happens on the east side would be different than on the west side. I'm expecting that, to be respectful of the neighbors to the south and to the west. I think you have a big square block, so there's a lot of space that can be used in that regard. So I'm not certain what next steps would be, because what you're asking for at this point, or what's being posed, is that this is something that may happen in the future, and there's not much to respond to other than, yes, we're very attentive and we'll take a look at what's going to be presented. I had a question about limiting the height. The adjacent structures are right at 30 feet, 2 stories, 2.5 stories that, for most, what is allowed by FBUN2 allows the structure up to 50 feet in height. So that's, obviously if that was pushed to the south and to the west, that might be an issue, but I suspect that you'll be a bit more sensitive than that.
I appreciate that. That's the exact type of feedback we're hoping to get out of this meeting. And candidly, what you described is exactly what we expect to go down. It's the product that will be built, or we're considering being built towards the south and the west, will be materially smaller in scale than what would be further up to the north and the east.
Well, you have you mentioned it yourself, Mr. Morris, about the fire access. And I would assume, architecturally, you would want to loop what you're, going to be building. So there would be some natural, 60-foot plus or minus, two parking spaces and a drive aisle, so that the fire trucks can loop the project. So that would tend to separate, you from either the south or the west, which I think are important, like we've talked about. I think the other thing is that with the FPUN2 zoning, you've got a lot of opportunities to do, just as you said, a lot of different things in here. You've got the track station that's a block and a half away towards the north. You've got Trolley Square across the ways. I think this has an opportunity for a very good transitional construction that would be respectful to the existing neighbors and make use as a resident of the amenities that are within walking a distance of the site.
Yeah, we agree. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the grocery store within walking distance there at Trolley is a big thing that a lot of these types of developments simply don't have.
Yeah.
Commissioners, any other comments?
Great, let's move on.
Yeah. So, Mr. Morris, just finally, any questions you have of us that I don't think we've talked about just yet?
No, I appreciate the time. I want to be respectful of everyone's time. It's been a long night. I was just looking for some initial feedback, and we expect to see you again, pretty shortly here as we start to push ahead with figuring this deal out in earnest. So I appreciate the time.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you all.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
I need to recuse myself from the next conversation because Ann Mooney is one of my colleagues up at the University of Utah, so I won't be part of the conversation.
Understood. All right, this is the second and thank goodness the final work session this evening. Let's see who is presenting this.
It's Nelson.
Okay. Thank you, Nelson. It's the floor is yours.
Sorry about that. I kept on trying to hit the space bar and it wasn't connecting. Unmute myself. I think I'm going to abbreviate this presentation a little bit and allow the applicants to give more input or information on the project. But the project is the Madeline Choir School Field House. It's located on the former site of the Roland Hall School. The Madeline Choir School acquired from when Roland Hall moved in 2004. You can see the site here. It's proposed to fit in between the main building on campus, which is at the northwest corner of the property, and along B Street. Along B Street, there are three former large homes that were integrated into the campus. This is a rendering of the quad side, the non-street facing side of the campus or of the building that is proposed. In our memo, we identified a few broad issues for discussion. One was the building form, the size and massing. You can see the size here compared to the other buildings on the block. Another one with the facade on the B Street side and how well it engages with the street, and also on 2nd Avenue there.
Wait.
And then finally,
Wait. How does it engage with the street? I'm looking at a box.
well, that's something to discuss with them. It's a lot of the constraints on the property are because this is a gymnasium, and there are programmatic requirements for that. And I think the applicants can discuss that a little better.
Okay, move on.
Okay. Similarly with the fenestration, we would typically see something maybe a little more articulated here than what's proposed, but I think the applicants are definitely looking for input from the commission for that. I'll just note that this has been publicly noticed, and there's an open house up on the city planning website. We haven't received any public comment prior to the work session, and subsequent to this review, you'll be looking at it formally as a proposal at a later date.
Very good. Thank you, Nelson.
From me.
Commissioners, any questions for Nelson?
Was there any broad public notice on comment? Obviously, starting on December 14th with the holidays, I can imagine that it has not received very much attention in the neighborhood.
All of the owners and the residents within 300 feet of the property were noticed, and considering that the campus itself is the parcel, it's 300 feet of that entire block. So the holidays may be a factor, but at the same time, we haven't gotten any feedback from all of those mailings.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Carlton, I was thinking the same thing. I suspect that if there is going to be any comments between now and the 28th, people may be focused on it just a bit more from that point, moving forward.
They'll get a notification when you also go forward and do the formal review. So the same people will get a notice.
Fair enough. So I don't believe there's any other questions of you, Nelson. I think we should turn the time over to the applicants. Good evening, Ann. I think you're still on mute. There you go.
I just unmuted you.
Thank you. We do have a presentation that we'd like to share, and we're pulling that up if that's okay. But first of all, I just wanted to thank everybody for your attention and your time this evening. The project, as was mentioned in the last presentation, is on a really special site that is in a very special neighborhood, the Avenues. We've been working on this project for a number of months, and our work really was involved in looking at the neighborhood very comprehensively, understanding kind of the context, and then trying to very carefully insert new architecture into this context. And Babs, what you said when you saw the project is something that we've been working on, and it was some of the reason for the massing is because of just the program. It's a gymnasium building. So we'll talk a little bit about that.
Apologies, we're having a hard time getting the screen share to work. Would it be possible, Nelson, for you to share the presentation or the drawings that we put together if you have those handy?
the presentation that we put together, Nelson, you have it.
Is that possible? And then we can talk through it.
Because it's saying we don't have system
All right,
preferences.
I unshared, so if
Maybe that'll work.
I can do it.
Well, you have, I've made you the presenter, so hopefully, maybe Nelson, in the meantime, while they're trying to work it out, if you could pull it up on your end, we may switch over to you. You should be able to do it on our end, but it may be some sort of constraint on your side.
Yeah, it looks like it is.
Let me get, Nelson, do you have that presentation available?
I am working on it.
Okay. I'm going to make you the presenter.
Okay.
Okay, you have presenter rights now, Nelson.
Everybody get that?
That's it. Thank you.
Okay.
So this first slide just shows some of the analysis of the historic nature of the site. As Nelson mentioned, it's the home of the Madeline Choir School, but it's been part of our community for many years. Many of us know it as the Roland Hall campus. If you go to the next slide, this shows the beginning of our site analysis. We looked first within the campus and then within the larger context. So studying the buildings on the campus, looking at the history and the timeline of the buildings. There is some variation of timeline from historic to more modern mid-century buildings. And then there's kind of a uniformity of material palette, which is mostly gray brick and mostly painted. And this is a study of those images. The next slide that are on the campus, within the campus. This shows its location within the neighborhood. So the campus is an entire block that runs between A and B Street, 1st Avenue to 2nd Avenue. And then we've highlighted the cathedral as it's the Cathedral of the Madeline, which is located just to the southeast. And that has a strong connection to the choir school. And then we've also identified these, the LDS Ward House that is located on A Street between 2nd and 3rd Avenue. And that is where the choir school has had their gymnasium. They've had an agreement to use the gymnasium on that site for many years, and that agreement has ended. It's ending. So they are no longer allowed to use that property, and that prompted the need for a gymnasium field house to move onto the campus. The parking, they do have a parking agreement that is located in those 2 parking lots, and that is a written agreement that is still in force and is still in a valid agreement that will continue. It's just the use of the gymnasium is no longer going to be allowed. So that's kind of puts you in the context of the site. The next slide talks a little bit about the larger context. We've spent a lot of time in the neighborhood. The team has lived in the neighborhood. We know it very well and love this neighborhood. We studied the adjacent buildings, the scale, the massing, the materials, the color, the programs, and we tried over the months of design to really develop something that is compatible to the neighborhood. And these are some of our analysis of that area. So we look at apartment buildings, multifamily housing, condominiums. And this is an important diagram also to show a figure ground analysis. Again, showing the massing being compatible with what we're seeing in the neighborhood. There are some commercial buildings, the religious buildings in the neighborhood, and then apartment buildings along with the campus that you see here. I think it's also important to note we're not asking for any exceptions or variances. We're following all of the zoning guidelines that pertain to this property and to the program. Next slide. Maybe
right, yeah, and that's what this slide gets at, is just showing the footprint. The proposed structure works within the existing setbacks, height requirements, not seeking any kind of special exception. I think another thing to note here that was pretty important to us as we were working through, which we worked on several design schemes trying to fit this gymnasium within this campus. One thing that was important was to retain the existing site circulation. So to keep the character of the campus intact, we've tried to keep all site circulation pathways unchanged.
Next slide. These are the floor plans for the building. The program, as I said, is the gymnasium. So this is for the PE classes and the athletic programs of the school. We also want to make it clear that there will be no new additional students at the school based on this building. It's serving just the population that they already have. The program is the gymnasium, kind of field house, multi-purpose space. And then there's a smaller area with some early childhood classroom space. Again, these are not new classrooms, they're just being relocated from other places on the campus. And you can see that here the floor plan is an L shape. We looked at other configurations, but it was difficult on a tight site. And as Nate said, we wanted to preserve that historic quad that exists and has made this campus really a special place. The next. These elevations show the streetscape on both 2nd Avenue and B Street. And you can see the height of the buildings within the campus fits contextually with the existing structures, both on 2nd Avenue and on B Street.
And I have a question.
Yeah, sure.
When you say it keeps the quad, is that similar to Westminster where they kept the football soccer field and it had parking underneath, so you still had the green space?
Very much so, yes. And that's why that's always been a really special part of this campus, that it has buildings around the perimeter, but it had this really beautiful kind of public space where kids are playing soccer, they have outdoor classroom, they have PE and recess out there. But we really felt that that was important, so we tried not to encroach on that. We didn't encroach on that during this this project, and we kept all the circulation paths that the school already has intact with this configuration. But yeah, that's a great comparison, really. The bottom elevations, and we have these rendered also, shows kind of the articulation of the facades and the materials. We'll get into that a little bit more also in the future slides. I think we can go to the next one. Again, we're staying within the envelope. So what's interesting about this project is it is an L shape. So as you can see up on the right image, upper right, we're looking at that corner perspective. So there is an existing building that is part of the campus. And then this new proposal kind of wraps that. So you see the B Street facade, which is housing the gymnasium. And then over, you can see a bit of the 2nd Avenue entrance, which is the early childhood. So they have different programs. The building that faces B Street is the gymnasium. The building facing 2nd Avenue, which we see in the bottom perspective, is that early childhood classroom. So we developed the architecture to have the same materials wrapping, but also different expressions to relate to the different programs on those two buildings. The primary building material is the vertical brick in a gray color, a warm gray color. And that, again, we picked up from the campus and the context. And then you'll see also a laminated glass clear story that caps the building. And this will bring daylighting into the gymnasium field house space. And it also really kind of responds to the color palette of the neighborhood. That's this analysis that we show on the left, where we took images of buildings and things in the neighborhood, and we developed the color palette for that glass cap from the surrounding context. The Second Avenue perspective, again, we see the upper volume has windows. It's again a brick pattern. And then on the lower level, we're using a fiber cement panel. So using the same colors, but in a different material. So again, it's the same building, but a little bit different expression to reflect those two different programs.
And the Second Avenue is where they drop off all the kids.
It's true, yes. So that's their, the drop off will be there and the pickup for the young children. This is only for the early childhood. The main drop off is actually on A Street.
Mm.
So that's where the older kids are dropped off and picked up, is on A Street. Okay, next. This we thought was kind of important to show because it also shows how we tried to embed the big volume, which is that gymnasium, that has it just has a required height. It's 20, it needs 26 feet 6 inches clear to function as a gymnasium. But we brought it down into the site to lower the impact, the visual impact, and then we articulated the facade with different materials. And so this shows how we brought that down into the site. And then the diagram that you see on the left shows how we've been able to keep the circulation paths open that continue to have people move around the site. So nothing has changed with site circulation. Next slide. And then this is the quad. So this is an internal view looking at the entry of the gymnasium component and seeing how it fits within the campus. Kind of where we're standing from the view, there is kind of a more modern building that's behind us, and then it kind of ties pieces together. We don't have the layer of landscape, and we have a new render with scale figures, but this is a good way of looking at the building. And also, I hope you can pick up the fact that the facade comes up and then the glass clear story steps back in the volume. And those steps help the massing also on both the sides of the building.
Looks like you're using all squares, and yet all these older buildings have so many triangle features.
Yeah, that's there are some triangles, that's true.
You're looking at a big one right there on the right.
Yeah, that's an old, house that is part of the campus. There are these houses, and then there's these, larger buildings where most of the school program is taking place. So that's our presentation. Thank you so much for letting us present tonight. I'm sorry it's so late, but we're happy to have a conversation about what you see and anything that we can do to improve the design and move this project forward.
I'll go ahead and start, and I'll just start with some positives, very good positives, I think. I think the notion of following all of the zoning guidelines so that none of those things are at issue, bravo, that's very good. I do think that retaining the center green space is very, very critical, because that now you've got all of the buildings at the perimeter demising this space, and it's just a wonderful school sanctuary in the middle of the block that, you know, quite frankly, if you weren't there and on this site, you wouldn't know that that's happening. I do have a question now that the gymnasium portion is onto your site, with the agreements that you have for parking, and how the gymnasium is being looked at, are the parking requirements satisfied in terms of how the city is looking at it? Because they will look at it as all of these buildings are occupied at the same time, you know, plus the assembly occupancy. You're in good stead on that.
Yeah, that's a great question. And
So we talked, we haven't had a discussion with Michael Berry at the city yet, but based on our analysis in the office, it looks like it's satisfying all of the requirements. It's actually in excess of what they're looking for.
and that's been outlined on one of the slides in the presentation.
Fair enough. I was thinking that it had. I was just wondering, just to make certain you don't get stuck with, you know, you've got the ecclesiastical use on Sundays that gets taken care of by those two lots. On the off days, then, you know, that those are available to you. I just wanted to make certain that the assembly notion of what's happening in the gym wasn't in excess of what they were providing for you. If you could go to the section, I think it's the last almost, or maybe it's the penultimate slide.
Yeah, the building section.
Yeah, the only thing that struck me of that, and I take it that's the east section.
It is, yes. We're
Okay.
looking at the east
So
wall.
so help me out here. Then if you were showing the interior elevation of the north wall, you would see some windows, or you would see windows on the south
north
side.
wall.
Okay.
We would see windows, a clear story band. You're right, yes.
Okay.
And it wraps around three sides.
Okay. I think that would help to illustrate, because when I look at that wall section and I see no windows,
Yeah.
that's just an immediate, you know, wait a minute, you got to have windows. And when I was looking at the renderings, I couldn't tell windows versus panels. Excuse me. And I think on see, I'm looking at a different, I've got the report open as well. So I think when I'm looking at the Second Avenue perspective, there's windows there. There's 5 large windows.
There are, and you know what? We should render that better, because you can lose the fact that there's windows, right?
I think that would be a big point, because to Bab's earlier point, it's a bit boxy, but when you start delineating the windows, and then now you've got the balance of windows at the existing home on the left, and the you know, the other more squarish building, that starts looking like there's more windows there as opposed to just a big box. So I you know, again, going back to that section, I think it might be helpful, quite frankly, because windows don't appear on this east elevation. If you could show them happening in elevation on the section, I think that might be very helpful.
Yeah, we'll do that. Thank you. That's a great point. And Babs, can you see those 5 windows on the Second Avenue perspective?
Oh, I drive by this 100 times a day, and I love the idea of the colors and the light. To me, it's just always going to look like a box, and there are so many wonderful triangles, shapes that are just begging to be incorporated into this. That to me just doesn't work, but you know, I'll go with whatever happens.
You know, Babs, I'd say your references are pretty clear from the campus. I'm just not sure those shapes really apply to a building of this scale or this function. But your point is well taken. It does somewhat stand in juxtaposition with those.
You remember when they downtown they put in everybody calls it the FBI building on 4th South and West Temple. Yeah, and they call it the Borg. That's what us downtown people call it. So this just looks like an Avenue's Borg.
Have you been inside the Borg?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a marvelous space from inside out.
It is, but you don't know that when you're outside. It just looks pretty scary.
Yeah.
Looking at the B Street corner perspective, you know, I appreciate the color. I think that it's honestly, I think it's quite nice. And you have picked up the subtle colors. They're not, you know, they're not candy colors. They're, you know, I think they'll work quite nicely. I am just a little bit concerned that there's no eyes on the street for that expanse of the building that is at the B Street corner perspective. Just a few, one or two, just because it is a long expanse. I also think at nighttime, perhaps lighting can break that up just a bit so that it feels a bit more in akin to the flanking structures that you have.
Yeah, one of the things we've been thinking about is this building at night. And because of the clear story upper volume, we think it will be beautiful at night, just kind of glowing. That light at the top, I think it could be really nice.
Agreed.
Yeah, I had that thought too, and I think that would really be a nice presence. Probably shouldn't be very bright, but just a modest glow there to bring a kind of ethereal feel there. I like the gesture you've made in recessing the floor, excuse me, of the gymnasium below grade with respect to the site as well. I think that goes a long way toward helping mediate your overall volume.
Yeah.
That works well.
We didn't do that at first, and it really felt a lot better when it was embedded in the site like that.
Commissioners, any other comments?
So I'm an engineer, so don't have the architectural eye, but I'll ask a couple questions. Macro across the campus, this is taking up a third to a half of the green space on the campus right now, and I think it's displacing a soccer field and a playground. What subsidiary impacts does this have elsewhere on the campus, or are they not planning on relocating those services for the school kids?
Yeah, a great question. Thanks for asking that. They don't have really a regulation soccer field, but the campus uses that main quad for soccer all the time. But this is displacing a beloved playground that is on the B Street edge, which you can kind of see in this aerial image. So what we're proposing to do is bring that up to the rooftop. So we are going to replace that outdoor area for kids up on the rooftop.
How do you feel about the rather tall, deep corridor that this creates between the existing building to the, what's that, to the west?
To the west.
The B Street area. I mean, we've got a 3-story building right now. I believe that's where that field is, or a small parking lot, and it's relatively open. Now we're closing that in and creating a sort of an unusual space there. I was curious how you had thought about that.
Yeah, that's also a really good question. And we've thought it is basically a corridor with high walls on both sides. We've actually plugged in some trees. There is room for a planting strip. There's not a lot of daylighting, so we have to get the species correct. But we think with landscaping and hardscaping, we can make that a decent space.
Would security wise, Anne, would you start having gates? Because now you do have, I mean, the way it is right now, the site is really open, so it's visually open. Now that you've got these canyons, I mean, understandably, they're there. Would there be gates at certain parts of this to just the security issues?
Right, the campus is actually gated.
Okay.
So it currently is gated, and it will continue to be gated.
All right.
It doesn't, it's not 100%. They're not, super security, but there is a perimeter, and we're working within that perimeter.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
relative to the glazing, I'm not super familiar with the glazing that's shown around the upper story or the clear story for the gymnasium area, but generally you've got pretty industrial type lighting and structure up there. Is the glazing that's you're looking at here sufficient to conceal that from the outside and provide that glow without emphasizing the bare bones nature of a gymnasium, or what's the thought there?
Well, we have had some discussion first about, we have some products that we've identified for the glazing and some systems, but also we have thought about the lighting. We actually think that we might embed probably a soft LED, small LED strip at the top of the solid wall that would help that glow, so that we're not having an industrial kind of gymnasium kind of a feeling at night in there. And then we are looking at products. We've got a couple identified for that, the glass, the laminated glass product, and we're looking at that, which is, they seem to be great products that are appropriate for this use.
And one last question, the 26.5-foot height struck me as a little high for a gymnasium. I was curious just where that standard came from. I don't think I've seen any quite that high, but
yeah,
I don't generally design these.
It is the standard gymnasium height for a full size. There are smaller gymnasiums for elementary school, and these are young kids, but you know, by the time they're in 8th grade, some of them are pretty tall. So they really wanted a full height gymnasium so that they could actually use it. And the kids could use it all the way through 8th grade. So this is the standard.
I guess one last question, and in this performance apps, are you looking at in the future perhaps having bleachers there? Is that what that is, that space is looking at being?
Right, and you know, it's a choir school, so they sing, maybe not when they're playing basketball, but they, you know, they will do probably some multi-use functions in there. We are showing bleachers
On the south side, right?
Exactly, the south side, and then just a little kind of performance apps as it's called out on the north side. So it will be used for PE, for athletics, but there probably will be some you know, some musical components in there also because of the nature of this particular school.
I guess another comment is, looks like you very definitely solved all of the access entrance issues with the grading on the site. You got a few ramps where you need to, but everything else is straight in. So bravo, that seems to be well done.
Thanks. That wasn't easy because the site, as you could see in that elevation, does have quite a bit of topographic change.
Understood.
Surprising.
One other question, the tower on the B Street, I think, no, 2nd Avenue. Yeah, 2nd Avenue side. That's the stairwell that goes up the full almost 3.5 stories compared to the building next to that. Is that for roof access? It seems a little large for that edge of the building.
It's actually, given the occupant load on the roof, we required a second exit, so that's the second.
Oh, because of the playground? Okay.
So we do have 2 stair towers, basically, circulation.
Yep.
Gotcha. Okay.
I think that roof access or that roof playground, it'll be pretty fantastic for kids.
Right. We didn't want to take away, you know, that play area. So we proposed that. I think it'll work really well.
In some ways, I was going to say this reminds me of the Steiner American building down on South Temple. It's L-shaped. It's got a big clear story. And it's kind of sunk down to to work into the topography. That comment about the stairs just made me think one main difference is that the Steiner American building, they use the stair tower as kind of a feature with a kind of a monument stair more in it. So I'm wondering if there's an opportunity there to accentuate that a little differently than it is, rather than just kind of a brick box. But
Yeah, I think there is that possibility. We'll take a look at that.
otherwise, I love it. I think Babs, I think the horizontality of it will really accentuate your gables and your other diagonal forms.
Okay. The Avenues Board has arisen.
We'll have to work on it, John.
Okay, I'm out.
It looks good, and I really like it. Nice work.
Thanks, Kevin.
Any final comments or questions of us?
I guess we're hoping to be, to move the project forward, taking these comments and incorporating the feedback. But would it be possible to be included on your agenda, the next agenda? We can turn this around pretty quickly.
You'll
That's
need to work with your staff member on that. The
Okay.
agency here does not establish the agendas.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it.
very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
It is now 9:45. I believe we've covered all of the business. I believe we've covered all of the business that is in front of us. Unless there is any dissenting, I'm going to close this meeting and adjourn this meeting until we get to February.
Thank you very much.
One last thing, I did send an email to all of the commissioners concerning some training, and I would like to use the 30 minutes prior to each of these meetings. There's a number of topics that I think could be helpful for us. I got comments back from either 3 or 4 of you. I'm assuming that other commissioners would welcome that kind of training. Does that make sense to everyone on the commission side?
Yeah.
All right, very good. So then, if I would, then let's just be prepared that for the next meeting in February, we start at 5 o'clock. So from 5 to 5:30, we'll go through that training, and then we'll go into the normal February session. Thank you, everyone. Good work, and stay safe out there.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
Meeting's adjourned. Take care then. Bye-bye.
the next few years, much progress was made by the city to work with industry to reduce burning, help residents convert their winter heating